FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastland 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Pink's Reserve this afternoon for the big Division One Elimination Final clash between Boronia and North Ringwood. And what a mouth-watering clash we've got set down for discussion. It's both these sides have made the finals, but they've had to do it the hard way, and they both finished 9 and 7 at the end of the home and away season. And look, it's going to be an interesting contest because Boronia have come up a division from last year, and they've had to deal with some adversity this year. And to actually make the finals is an achievement in itself. Whilst for North Ringwood, it has been a bit of an epiphany for them this year. Change of coach Matt Price. It's changed the dynamic of the football club. Younger players are now starting to step up and fill the void, and there's a new youthful exuberance that North Ringwood are displaying, which I think is going to set them on a really good path moving forward. Good afternoon, my name is Wayne Brasher. I'm the host this afternoon of pre-match, and joining me is the meeting manager of the Eastern Football Netball League in Ryan Long. Good afternoon, Ryan. A big day for you yesterday and for the team.
Yes, it certainly is. It's been one busy weekend. Of course, junior grand finals today. We've got we've had the senior women's grand finals, the vets grand finals yesterday. Our first ever grand final breakfast for the women's competition. So fantastic to have all this at once. I'll say I'm running off a little bit of sleep, but it's nothing compared to our main man Lee Green, who actually hasn't slept. He's just been non-stop. So it's certainly a great weekend for the EFNL. Probably the biggest weekend, I think, across the season. We talk about Premier Division Grand Final, but it's all contained to the one day. This is,
Yeah, and I was speaking to Dean O'Neill earlier this morning. Like this year is the first time I've had the junior finals on the same weekend as other finals and the women's. Because last year it was the week before, and we lost a week this year because of Easter falling mid-season, and then there was a bye week, and so it pushed everything back that week. And it has been all go
it has
for the last 48 hours.
That's right.
He promises me that next year we get that week back. So
yeah.
One can live in hope.
Yeah, he said it, and I've kind of gone, yeah, but really, will we though?
Well, it's obviously there's a lot of talking points out of yesterday as well. And we're going to touch on it, but I'll let you introduce Blake too.
Yeah. Also though, another member of the panel. Bit of a rising star. It's made headway this year. His calling's getting a bit better, but he's the Kane Corns of the EFNL. Mr. Blake Tennant. Good afternoon, Blake.
Geez, Brass, thank you. Good afternoon, listeners. I wasn't expecting to hear that one, but
Corny, maybe.
Yeah, the corn or something.
Volcano.
Just add another nickname to my company, but
Whispers Corn.
No, I actually heard a little bit of your pre-game yesterday, Brash, and to the crew out there at Jubilee Park. I thought it was really well run yesterday and all that. But it was a long afternoon. I think I just said to Ryan, I think as soon as I got home last night, I just went to bed. So
I'm struggling to keep my eyes open.
You probably struggling. I think you and Lee are up
Lee's
up.
You said when you got to bed home last night. I didn't get home last night.
But yeah, it was a historic day. I just want to quickly touch on it as well. Park Orchards winning yesterday. They won Div 1. And, Brash, you've also been on the media team. It's always hard to go up at a division and, play finals is the first one. But they've won the premiership, and that's probably the biggest story coming out.
Well, probably put it this way, there's probably two main story points coming out of yesterday's game. Was the fact that Park Orchards end up winning the Premier Division after being promoted the year before from winning the flag. And also the other big story was the big win of Surrey Park, who now qualified for a second semi and another preliminary final spot. Those two stories are probably the stories of what happened yesterday, and we're going to kick that off.
I'll agree, and I'll throw in one more. The Murrubucks three-peat as well in the senior women's competition. So they've gone Div 4, Div 3, Div 2, but obviously we'll touch on that shortly.
Well, as always great to have this man join us on the coaching on the coaching circuit, and he joins us again this year for another final series. Good afternoon, Matt Clark.
Thanks, Brash. Excited, eh?
I am actually. Matt, I've got to say though, I mean, look, at the start of the year, considering what you've already, the club's had to go through a little bit of adversity this year. It's been a lot harder playing away from Tormore. You've had injuries. Your form sort of has fluctuated with that, but you still have found yourself into a finals game. So that in itself is an achievement in its, won't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're not allowing ourselves to have excuses. But yeah, we've got to acknowledge, like playing out of side sheds, training out of side sheds since October last year, and really having to travel. Like we train, as I said previously, we train at Tormore, and then we jump in the car and drive down to Millers and have a meal. It's hard for everyone at the club, and we've tried to stay as resilient and strong as we can for as long as we can. There's times this year I think it did have impacts on us as a group, and you've got to recognise that, acknowledge it, and then try to work out how we can have fun and offset that a little bit as much as we can. So, for me, if I just strictly stuck to the playing perspective, I think probably having 6 or 7 of your key forwards from last year not playing has hurt. Having an injury to Begley, in the first half of the season definitely has impacted our group, and those sort of players impact your morale a little bit too, right? Because they're game changers.
But that's the achievement in itself, Matt. Is the fact is that you've had to call on your depth that you've never had to in the past, right? At its critical time, and it's actually come up spades for you.
Yeah, I'm really proud of the group. And I always say it takes a squad to win it, no matter whether they're playing or not. They've still got to help you at training. They've still got to help you through the week and help drive the care and the culture that you want at your club. And I think like as far as ruck stocks and everything like that, we've used everyone available. We gave Caelan Murray his first senior game in 8 years, 9 years last week. So we are, I'm not saying he didn't deserve it. What I'm saying is we are trying everyone and just taking that risk just to see if they can play, and it allows you as a coach to have fresh eyes on people too, which I think is really important. But no, we're proud of the fact we got here, but we don't want it to end today.
No.
Clarkie, first of all, congratulations. I saw the news today going on again in 2026. Have you known for a long time, or is this sort of just coming into the final series to make the announcement now?
Yeah, I think it was taxing on me this year too, if I'm honest. And like I'm cognizant enough to know that I've been here for a while, and I've got to make sure the message is still landing, that it's fresh, and you're not only the new players, it's easier, but with the older players, you still want to be relevant and close enough to them that they're hearing the message and in the direction. So it was a decision made yesterday, Longy.
There you go.
Yeah, so I went and watched Park Orchards and Beaky, and I've had a chat to the family during the week. But it was on the drive home that I think I didn't want to be that person who made a decision after a result.
Yep.
No.
And I think it's always important. The club have been really respectful of my time frame. And I said to them, sign all the players. They're more important than me. You make sure you get all your players locked in. Tell them what you want to tell them. But beyond that, I was never going to coach anywhere else. For me, it was just about, have I still got impact? Have I still got the hunger to have that impact? And then, So it was I think the last message went out at 7:20 to say, I'm in.
Yep.
So last night.
It's very late.
Fresh off the press, that one.
Yeah, very good. No, it's great to see. And for the side itself, obviously last week would have been quite disappointing, knowing that there was a double chance up for grabs and having a few injuries. One of those, Brasher out of the midfield as well, who's not playing today. What's that midfield going to look like? Does someone like a Jordan Church run through the midfield a bit more, or does Ryan White play more midfield time? What's sort of the makeup of that group today?
Yeah, it's really we ran Whitey in there last week when we were a couple of soldiers down. We lost Mitch Mellis pretty early and Brash before half time as well, so we had to change it up. And Whitey was strong for us. I think we just lacked energy last week, and they had tons of it. So good luck to them all. But they just beat us at our own game for a large chunk of it. Today we'll run. We're going to run Churchy through there. I think he plays a really strong, tough role. He can play on someone if we need to, but he also gets enough of his own footy to be dangerous. And we've got Mitchy Mellis. Mitchy Mellis copped a knock. It was a bit like, I don't mind saying, it was a bit like you run into your tow bar of your car, like it's just on the shin.
Yep.
So it was just bruising. he was able to run around during the week, and we're super confident. It was on his left leg too, so it really wasn't as big an impact as what
he'll be coming in 100%, which is always great. I actually came and I saw you before I had a chat with you, but no, always good. Congratulations again. It's going on to 2026, which is great news for not only yourself but also Boronia Footy Club. I always feel like if you've got a coach locked in, before season hasn't technically end, it's always great. But I just want to touch on. What did you think of yesterday's performance? If you win today, you'll obviously be playing a Beaconsfield side. And what did you think of that takeaway? Just for the viewers listening.
I thought it was much as about Park Orchards yesterday. I thought the way they approached the game right from the first bounce, and they took out all the outlets. They won the footy, and they were able to be really clean going forward. And they're just a really quick, mobile, highly skilled side that if you let them get the footy, they're going to hurt you. And I think the game, in my opinion, was probably done at half time. And then it was up for Beaky to try and find something in the second half, and I thought they did. I thought putting Arts forward, and I thought they started to win a bit more contested footy around the middle and made it a bit of a hard. But I think when you're 40 points down at half time, it's a tough game of footy in a final to come back from.
Well, it seems like a month ago we were talking about these two sides going at it, but obviously you guys took the chocolates last time they met. But what are you going to expect from this North Ringwood side today? Obviously he beat Montrose in round 17, and then round 18 it was a hard slog game against Bayswater in not the greatest conditions. But what are you expecting this time from North Ringwood?
Yeah, it was a tough watch. I watched a round 18 game against Bayswater. It was just a tough watch for a game of footy. I think we will know better if you watched our game. Listen, they do what they do well, and that's they run, they chip the ball around, they look to bring the ball in the corridor, they link up really well. They've got pace. So when you've got Rice and guys like that, and I noticed Taylor's come into their side, who's a real quick outside runner, and so we know that they're going to, if they get the ball, they're going to be hard to stop. I think the last time we played them, we didn't have a couple, so I don't think we had Luke Hannon, or nor do we have Jaden Collins and a couple others. So I think we're going to bring a bit more height in, which will give us a bit more confidence on a day like today to probably move the ball in the air a little bit quicker. And then I think at the source, they're dangerous. Their half forwards are really nippy. Fenton's back in the side, and he caused us all grief. I think if they kicked straight to the first quarter last time we played them, it could have been a whole different game, right? So, yeah.
And just one other player that we haven't seen play just yet, but has been playing the last few games, Tommy Gasparoni. What do we expect from him today? What sort of impact is he going to have in this contest?
Yeah, he's a real competitive beast. I played footy with his dad, so good connection there. But he's missed a lot of footy over the last couple of years, and he's come back. He played 2 games in the development team and got a best on and looked like he just was a senior player. I think the first game up against Park Orchards, his tackle pressure, he can jump on someone's head from a vertical leap. It's crazy, right? And when the ball hits the ground, he's just as equally as agile. So I think he's starting, over the last 2 weeks, he found his feet. I'm excited for him. I think the guys are too, that when you kick the ball into an area, he fights super hard to lock it in, and he's been able to hit the scoreboard a couple of times over the last, consistently week in, week out. So I think I'd expect him to put pressure on when we don't have it, lock the ball in, but I actually think he'll kick 1 or 2 goals. He's dangerous enough to do that. So it means the opposition backs can't sag off and do their own thing. But he's a ball of energy. You'll see him out there, and you'll go, "Wow, how did he do it?" And some things you'll go, "I wish he'd done better." But he's a young kid. He's just missed so much footy. But I think when you talk to people at Furniture Gully who watched him more than we have, I think they'll all tell you that he came with the bigger raps than probably most across our club. So, yeah, he's an exciting talent. I think he's got pace, he's got aggression, which I love, and I think he's got a vertical leap, which is second to none. So, interesting to see how he goes today.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Matt, I think the other things too is obviously Matt Price has brought in basically a new game plan, but the thing is, it looks like, for me, he's also placed a lot of emphasis on youth, and not only in the game that he played, but in the Montrose game, a lot of their younger guys are really running on top of the ground, and they're playing with a lot of confidence. Cantwell, Begg, a couple, Brauntel on the wing, that William Waller in the back line. It's almost like the young guys have actually rejuvenated that club and given Fenton a bit of a chop out so that he can be more of an impact player. So that'd be the one thing that you wouldn't want. And Van Noonan is another player that's been around for a long time. But the thing is, with him, he's the sort of player that doesn't need a lot of touches, but he gets a lot of 1%ers that don't make the score that make the score sheet. So even though their youth will back themselves in a lot this afternoon, but I almost feel like your experience could be the difference between the two at the end if the whips were cracking.
We hope so.
Yeah.
You know, like I think you left off a couple there. Riley White's a gun. In my opinion. Like he would.
I could have mentioned a lot more.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, you're right. Like the experienced player's role is to protect and look after with those 1% of stuff that the young guys will learn and get better at.
Yep.
I think they don't lack confidence. Like they're just going to keep coming, and we know that. And I think last time we played them, when we got a bit of an edge, they always came back. So it was I think the first three quarters, it was ebbing and flowing a fair bit. And so momentum's going to be important. How we defend when we don't have it. And take away any scoring ability. So we've worked on a few things just to really control point. And we took a lot of learnings out of the Millbucks game last week. Like I think it was right in front. We didn't approach it to be a disastrous thing, but we'll be confronted with a situation like that again, I'd imagine today, and we've got to be better. We've just got to be better.
Well, Matt, thanks very much for giving up your time again, and good luck to Boronia again this afternoon, and hopefully by 5 o'clock you're into the first semi next week.
That's a plan. Good luck with the call, guys.
Thanks, Clarky.
There you have it, Matt Clark, coach of Boronia Footy Club, joining us again on EFNL game day. And look, it's going to be a very interesting clash this afternoon for these two sides. I mean, North Ringwood, an established Division One side, but now forging their own path with a new young group. And Boronia, a young group in terms of going through the divisions. It's an interesting sort of things they're going through. They're all at different stages, right? But they just happen to meet today, so it's going to be an interesting case.
Yeah, certainly right. And I think we're actually, we really are set up for what should be a pretty tight game.
Yeah.
And it was a tight game the last time we saw the two sides met.
Yes, and joining us now from the North Ringwood perspective is Coach Matt Price. Good afternoon, Matt.
How are we, gentlemen?
Good, thank you. I was just saying to Matt Clark that you've come in and have breathed a new fresh breath of fresh air for the North Ringwood Football Club. I think the game style that you've brought to it, I think the young guys have really bought in.
Yep.
And I think some of those young guys are really warming to that. And I think that's why the consistency, I think, for your club has improved this year.
Yeah, definitely. And coming from last year where you got a playing coach, and Robbie, he was there for 6 years, and when you're out there on the field, you are worried about your own game, and I'm not sure he had the support to be able to implement a new game plan and things like that. And all I wanted to do this year was make it consistent, make it easy for the guys to understand. They've got, the kids have got a lot of talent, but we're only in our first phase of what I've given them. I haven't loaded them with too much extra. Just keep it simple, and let them play a little bit, and then as they improve, we can start to add layers to it. But this year's been a real build for us, and we're not the finished product, but we're really happy with how we've progressed all year.
How have the obviously when you come to a club and you've got established senior players, how have they embraced the Matt Price plan in conjunction with the introduction of youth?
Yeah. Well, they've been really good from the start, like recommitting, which was going to be the hardest thing, is those older guys, and they've really been invested from day one. And what we've tried to do is sort of take the load off those guys and not rely on them. So give Loco and Jaden lesser roles, but just still allow them to impact when they're playing their best footy. And they're still great around the club and they're still playing their role. And when they're at their best, they're fantastic. But if we can just release a bit of that pressure from making sure that, I'm sure there would have been games last year where their four older guys had to play well for them to win, whereas now we're sort of not reliant on that. And as you can see, we haven't had Aaron for most of the year. We haven't had Loco for the last 6 weeks. Jaden's played every week, and Sharp's only played 3 games for the year. So their 4 best older ones have hardly played. So,
which leads me to my point with Aaron and Loco not playing for the majority of the season.
Yeah.
Do you, when it comes to reintegrating them back into the side, do you try and just reintroduce them as impact players so you don't gas them out, so that they've got some run left in the latter half of the contests?
Yeah, well, Loco we haven't seen back since, and he was one that I don't think we'll get back now. But yeah, Aaron, we've definitely had to integrate him a couple of different ways throughout the year, and he's still not 100% at the moment, but yeah, we're sort of lessening his minutes through the midfield and playing a little bit more forward. And I think against Boronia he came back that week as well and played forward and was real dynamic early, but then couldn't get through the game. But yeah, today he's coming off a 2-week suspension, which is bizarre, but he's back fresh today, so it'll be good to see him firing up.
Matt, great to talk to you again. And first of all, for the club, it's been a massive weekend. Yesterday, the senior women's got the job done.
Yep.
The Vets won their 3rd straight premiership. I'm assuming you might have been at the club as well last night, but obviously it's a big weekend for everyone down at North Ringwood, so it must be an exciting time for everyone involved.
Look, Thursday night at the club was huge. 2 teams going into grand finals. The under-19s already played today and had a good win. So, yeah, the club's in a really good position. For those 2 sides yesterday to get the win, the club was really buzzing last night, and I'm sure they'll get here today and support, and hopefully we don't let them down. So far we've had all wins this weekend, so it'd be great to win this week and get through to next week, and and have another big week next week.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously going into this, we were here for that Boronia game earlier on, and it was a bit of a momentum shift at different stages of the game, where I thought particularly at the start you could have been a little bit further in front if you took some chances in front of goal. But what were some of the lessons you did learn, particularly from that second time you played Boronia? I know both sides have got a few changes since then, but what were some of the key things you took away from that game?
Oh, look, yeah, we definitely had momentum in that game, and we just didn't take our opportunities. I think ended up having 10 more scoring shots, but losing by 10 points. So we felt we had the game on our terms for most of the day, but they just had that purple patch. I think they had 7 goals in about 8 minutes, which can, for us, hasn't happened for us this year. I think it happened to them a bit last year where sides will get a run on. It hasn't happened to us this year, so we definitely addressed that, and that's something that we want to focus on, not allowing them to get run-ons, because they do score heavily, and they're quite efficient going forward. So if we can defend well today, that'll give ourselves a really big chance to win the game.
G'day, Matt. Blake Tennant. I think I saw you there yesterday, but I want to touch on, before we get into the game that we're doing today, I think I listened into, because I was doing the Vets, and there was a bloke in the North Ringwood vet side who has won 6 veteran premierships, which is, I reckon, I've never seen this before in a Vets thing, but it's outstanding to win.
The Vets is crazy at the club. It's only my first year there, and I've heard about how well their vets go, but they take it pretty seriously. They get 40 or 50 guys on the track every Thursday. Wow. A lot of beers get drunk on a Thursday night, and they definitely keep the club afloat. But for them to get the reward, they had a tough year this year with a few guys getting injured, and they dropped away a little bit. But when that grand final come along, a lot of their guys, as you said, have played in them before, and they were able to step up and play really well. And I'm sure Moorabah will come back next year. They got a really young list. I played a lot of footy against a lot of those guys, and they're really talented. So I'm sure they'll be back next year at it.
2 3-peats as well, I might add. So, but we're talking about this game as well. I feel like, and I'm going to say this now, most improved side, I reckon, in Division One. Just of the results would happen last year, of course, but this year, most improved side. I think the recruitment has been, through the roof. I think Brashy mentioned it. Aidan Begg coming in, just giving that rack, battled really well. But the thing I want to talk about is this young group. Can they take it up to, a Boronia side who obviously got you guys a couple of weeks ago, but I think your last couple of weeks have been pretty rock solid. And Walker is going to be, he's 17, I believe. Is that correct? And he's going to have a massive impact. Do you think you can take it against the old dogs in Boronia?
Yeah, so Boronia are really experienced, and that's what I said to our guys. Like, they've won a lot of, last couple of premierships in the division below. They play finals every year and that. So even though it's a step up for them as well, they're really experienced at finals footy, and they'll be able to handle that occasion. It'll really just be whether our guys can handle that early and get the game going our way. But we're really young. We've been playing really young all year, and it's a really good opportunity to keep these guys exposed to this sort of footy and build from there. But Beck gives us first use. He's been amazing all year. Definitely, I think he's definitely the best ruckman in the comp. But Hannon's going to be a real good challenge for him today. So that'll be a real battle, those two, for sure.
Matt, do you the win against South Belgrade, do you have it in your own mind, right? Do you have a benchmark game that you measure the side against over a season? So I know they were the only side that you were the only side that beat them, but it may not necessarily be the game that you've used as the benchmark. Do you have a benchmark game that the players have lived up to or have exceeded?
I think the South Belgrave game was more of a bit of a free hit for us because no one was expecting to win that game. So it's a bit of let's go out and play, and they had some guys out, so it was really like, well, if we're going to have a crack at them, let's have a crack at them today. And it did fall our way, and the guys played really well. We got a lot of confidence out of that, and we sort of, but then we ended up facing Boronia the week after, Park Orchards the week after that, and it's a bit of a reality check straight away. But for me, I think a couple of weeks ago against Montrose, like that was probably the best game we've played as a whole 4 quarters. Montrose were in ripping form. They had everything to play for. They were winning a lot of games of footy at that time, and even last week they played really well against South Belgrave, and so their form would stack up in a game today. And we felt that we played really well and had the game on our terms a lot on that day. And so I think the guys got confidence from that one more than any.
Well, Matt, whatever the result is this afternoon, it's going to be a big plus for the North Ringwood Football Club. But for now, thanks very much for coming up and spending some time with us this afternoon. Good luck to yourself and the North Ringwood Footy Club. And if your victory at 5 o'clock is any indication, you might play yourself into a first semi.
Yeah, look, it'd be great for the club to win today, but we'll get the job done.
No pressure, of course.
No pressure. No worries.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you for having me.
Have a good afternoon,
have a good day.
mate. There you have it, Matt Price taking over the young Chargers and steering the North Ringwood Football Club into a new future and destiny. So, and it's great. Matt was a fantastic footballer in the Eastern Football Netball League many years ago. He's honed his coaching skills at in other competitions, and now he's back bringing it to the Eastern Football League, and North Ringwood are now the winners. Well, gents, we've spoken to the coaches. Let's change tact a little bit, and we'll start reviewing yesterday's action. And Ryan, it was a massive contest. 2 women's divisions grand finals decided, or was there 3? I'm not sure. Was there 3 or 2?
There was 3 at H.E. Parker, and then 3 at Quamby Reserve. So it was a fantastic day, and I think just to recap those premierships, Park Orchards in Premier Division, 3 points over South Belgrave. North Ringwood defeated Surrey Park after losing the grand final last year, so they're up to Premier Division. That was Division 1 grand final. Division 2 grand final was the Mooroolbark 3-peat, their win over Montrose. Division 4, Vermont Gold by 3 points again over Wanturna South. And of course, Division 5 Norwood in their first season winning a flag.
So I reckon, just to give another one, I think there was probably 3 expected. That's how I felt coming into it, and then probably 2 upsets of the day. So it was a really good day in Brush, and one of my favourite days, to be honest.
Yeah.
So
that was what I was going to ask you both, Ryan. In terms of an official capacity, how have you seen the women's season in general? Have you been happy, and have the league been happy with the progression that it's made?
100%. The league, again, are growing to 6 divisions in the competition, and I think it was a great opportunity to be able to have the grand final women's breakfast this year, and actually probably sit back and reflect on just not just the women's competition, but the veteran women's and the netball as well, and how big the league is getting, and the quality of football too. That's the other thing. The numbers are one thing, but the quality has got better and better each year. That even some of these lower division games are improving and getting a lot of eyes on.
Yep.
In terms of crowds and numbers and people coming in to watch these games. And the Premier Division Grand Final, just having reflect on that yesterday. What a perfect way to finish off the season with a Park Orchard side who came up to division in Premier Division. I don't think anyone, certainly from our perspective,
I'm still shocked. I'm honestly still shocked.
Funny enough, we had the captains and coaches at the grand final breakfast, and the first thing I asked Dave Boyle, the Park Orchards coach, was, from an outside perspective, couldn't believe that you're in a grand final. What was the expectations internally? Did you see this coming? He said, I was just hoping not to get relegated. And they are now premiers. Incredible.
And Blake, look, you've you've called and watched a lot of women's football this year, right? If you could offer the listener and the viewer one improvement in the women's game that you've noticed this year, what would it have been?
I think just the run and carry, Brash. Just some of these footballers, they're scoring. If you look at the North Ringwood game, went to 48 to 22. So there's a lot of scoring happening as well, and the movement of the girls and the way they can grab the footy and just run is going to be a big part in the coming years of women's footy, which is great. So.
Yeah, I watched a few games myself on the screen whilst I was at home most of the season. And I think the thing that I saw, I thought that the hand-to-eye coordination between the handball and the kick into position, I think that was, for mine, that was probably one of the biggest differences. The girls are starting, the women I should say, are starting to understand the strategies a lot better.
And that's a fundamental basic. Like it's you've got to get that right before you get anything else right.
Yeah.
For any game, and just even with that and what Ryan touched on with the quality. Even in the lower divisions, I was speaking to a president of a club that's recently come into the EFL as a junior club, and he referenced the fact that their women's team were considering, I think, moving to the EFL as well. But he also said, like, they're winning in their competition, they're top of the table. But he's been looking at the women's comp as it is and says they'll come in and they'll probably lose every game. Like, that's how the difference.
That's how strong
our competition
is. Is that probably Mount Evelyn you were talking about? Because
we won't worry about that too much.
No. Yeah, I won't mention it because I don't know if it's how sort of serious they are, but who it was. But yeah, it was a great conversation I had, and it's like it was an eye opener because you've got someone who's not necessarily even in our league who's watching our games as well, the streamed games and everything. So
it gets better and better every year, right?
And before we go to our first break, Ryan, also the veterans, men's and women's, was also decided yesterday as well. So a quick word on those?
Yes, well, obviously North Ringwood, as we mentioned with Matt Price, 3 in a row in the veteran men's competition. They probably came in the underdogs.
Murraybuck undefeated.
Into that grand final.
Had a look at that side. There was a bloody star-studded side.
There's a lot of guys out there that certainly could be still playing some senior footy. Some fit blokes out there. And then the veteran women's, great story. Blackburn getting across the line for their first premiership, denying South Belgrave the three-peat, who have been probably the phenomenal force in that competition. So it was also great to be able to chat with some representatives of both clubs on Friday from Blackburn and South Belgrave.
Well, it was one of the biggest days. Yesterday was probably the biggest day of the year in terms of the amount of games that were on show for the Eastern Football Netball League in vets, women's and senior men, as long as finals. And we've come through unscathed, and there's been some history written and new chapters been written about and fairy tales about clubs. And once again, it augurs well for the future development of the Eastern Football Netball League, and it's really onwards and upwards again next year for all those competitions, and I think there'll be a lot of excited people ready to tackle it again.
100% agree, Brash, and it's growing. AFLW just started, last week too, so it's women's footy is definitely growing, and get on board. That's just all I have to say.
Well, we're going to take our first break, and then after we come back, we're going to get into yesterday's games and then preview this big match this afternoon. It's Boronia versus North Ringwood. It's First Division Elimination Final day here in the Eastern Football Netball League, and we're coming to you live on Radio Eastern 98.1, streaming all around the world on Facebook and YouTube. We'll be right back after these messages.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprain your ankle
vehicle bursting through the banner? For bumps, brakes or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Boronia Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 25 minutes to kick off time here in the big Division One Elimination Final clash between Boronia and North Ringwood. But before then, we've got a few little games to go through from yesterday, and Premier Division Ryan was wound up. It was a grand final finish, and the five has now been decided. But we'll start off with, and we'll probably just touch on the main game, and the main game was the South Croydon, who were at home to Noble Park, and South Croydon got the chocolates by 39 points. South Croydon 12-12-84, defeated Noble Park 6-9-45, and with that victory, they've tipped Noble Park out of the finals.
Yeah, it was an elimination final come early, and great to obviously see for South Croydon, considering where they started the season. They were 0-5, maybe 0-6. Definitely.
They were 0-5.
Oh, it did. 0-5 before they got their first win against Mitcham, I think. That's an incredible turnaround, and you know, when we talked about this on Friday, the basis of, I guess, my tip on that one was, I think, Noble Park, they had a couple of good wins in that last probably fortnight against Baldwin and Doncaster East. But I think if you look at the overall back half of the season and the form going into that game yesterday, South Croydon's was certainly key. Sheridan's been really big for them. I haven't had a chance to have a look through who the goal kickers on the weekend and their best, but Liam Shields, he kicked 5, did he?
Kicked 5.
Yeah. There you go. Like that's a clear difference. You know, when you look at the two sides and having that up forward, Liam Shields playing for them, you know, is really big. And I just think they're a dangerous side going into this final series. I think, you know, we'll talk about Roval next week and how that matchup will look like. They got touched up by the Hawks last year in the semi-final. But I really think this year they're a big chance to knock off Roval with the way the two sides are sitting. I know yesterday's result was good for the Hawks, but they're coming in red hot with some good form, and that was another ice cream for Brendan Allen too.
Yes, I found out as well. It's chocolate chip. That's
chip.
That's the one he. That's the one he goes for. He told me he actually put it up on the social media team down there at South Croydon. But I just want to talk about him just quickly as well. But you know, since that 0-5 start, they've only lost 4 games. They've only lost 4 games since that 0-5 start, and they've won 9. So they're 9-4. To back up at the end of the season. So they've had an incredible rise, but now they've got Roval, who beat East Ringwood yesterday, and I think it's
a good game.
It'll be a good game, but it's two complete different sides than what they were last year when Greyville touched them up.
Well, Berwick would, and I think a lot of people will agree in the media team that Berwick were the big improvers in Premier Division this year, and they controlled the fortunes of two sides that didn't make the finals this year in Doncaster East and Vermont. And Berwick yesterday registered their 5th win of the season over Mitcham. They had 30 scoring shots and only kicked 10-20, but they were able to restrict Mitcham to 7-11-53. So Berwick finish off their season with a win by 27 points. Lots to get excited for about Berwick next year.
Yeah, there is. And I think the big thing for them going into next season is if they can pick up a couple of big recruits and some experienced players, because it's an overall very young list. And they've certainly exceeded all of our expectations. You even go back to last week, they were 5 points short of knocking off Blackburn. And Blackburn at the moment are in a league of their own. So you can see where the signs are. If they can start to, just add a few more of those key players into that lineup, the experience, there's no ceiling on what they can do next season. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Andrew Williams and Berwick can achieve.
And I think a player that's really flown under the radar, and I've just seen it here, he's kicked 44 goals. Jai Neal, what a season he's had for Berwick this year. At the start of the year, there were a few question marks, but again, Brush, as you said, I agree with that. They are the most improved side, and 44 goals in 18 games. If they can get him staying at the club, I've just seen he's a one-pointer, so he's obviously stayed there for the whole couple of years. He'll be a good player for him going forward, and they just need another key forward, I reckon, and that could be set.
7 goals by Toby Woolley yesterday saw Blackburn absolutely barnstorm their way into a second semi-final in 2 weeks' time. They put Doncaster East to the sword yesterday, 23-16, 154 to Doncaster East, 12-9, 81. And congratulations to Ryan James, been reappointed again as coach for Doncaster East. So they get to, once again, good luck to Ryan next year, and hopefully if they can maintain and keep their best player and have a minimal amount of injuries, I think there'll be a lot more competitive Doncaster East, Ryan.
Yeah, look, they'll be an interesting one. They're probably, it's probably more of a future conversation to have with the Lions. But we've talked a bit about, obviously they've got the experience, they've got the ex-AFL players in there, they've got a lot of young players in too, but probably don't have that, maybe that 23 to 27-year-old bracket. I'm not 100% sure on the ages, but they probably do need to have a look and see what they can do with that coming into next season. Mark Murphy also joining the coaching staff next year. I think I saw Brash, or I think you were telling me about earlier. They'll be one to keep an eye on next year. Look, they had signs this season. They were at times they looked like they would be potential final side. At other times, they lost games that we didn't expect them to. So a lot to talk about next year with Donny East.
No, I put him in the hot seat. In the fairness, my show as well. But I think we're going to give credit with Blackburn. They've kicked this year 1,782 points this year, and they're number one attacking side in the competition right now, and they're firing at all stages. And I thought, coming into this game, I thought Blackburn, they might not get out of first gear, but I'll tell you what, they 100% did go out of first gear, and they put everything on the line, and they'll have the week off, and they'll play the winner out of East Ringwood and Bowen next week, of course. So
they enter the final series certainly as the favourite.
As the favourites, but they're playing some really good footy at the right time.
I'll tell you what, it was going off at Blackburn last night, because I dropped in to drop something off for juniors there, and I think it was all the senior women's team. But
veteran women's.
Was it the women's?
Well, the veteran women's won the flag yesterday.
Okay.
So that could have been.
Yeah, no, they were... it was busy down there.
As it would.
To say the least, yeah.
Yes.
Roval have overcome some difficult form, and they found form yesterday to cement their place in the finals. And once again, have sowed a little bit of seed of doubt in East Ringwood's mind if they just happen to meet each other in a finals clash, which could not which may be not beyond the realms of possibility. But Rove will get home once again by 21 points, 12-7-79, defeating East Ringwood 8-10-58. Is it a blip in the ocean like Baldwin had last year for East Ringwood, or are there any underlying issues here?
I don't think we'll know until probably that first final next week, and we'll certainly see that with obviously Baldwin last year, who had a similar type of result. They lost to a Blackburn side who weren't playing finals in the final round of the season, and then they came out and really proved a point against Roval. So the qualifying final will tell, and they defeated Baldwin twice this season, so I'm not too concerned on East Ringwood. I think this was more for Roval needing a bit of confidence going into the final series.
Well, both sides it'll be unknown territory for both sides, because they'll be playing on a ground that's probably the biggest comp in Division One and Premier, so it's going to be a survival of the fittest.
Agreed.
And finally, Blake, I'll get you to quickly make comment in this game. Vermont were plucky in their and unfortunately they gave everything they had, but they've gone down by 12 points to Baldwin. Baldwin 15-10-100, Vermont 13-10-88.
Yeah, and a close game, but Baldwin, they win by 12 points, and I felt like Vermont, it was more on them to try and win this game. 12-point loss, and Vermont had a really strong lead at half time. They had an 18-point lead, and then Baldwin kicked 7 goals to 3 at three-quarter time, and then obviously the game sort of went either way. Baldwin kicking 3 goals to 2 to win the game, of course. But Vermont, I think the injuries, of course, happened. I think they need to maybe find a few more pieces to the puzzle, I reckon. They've got the ruckman, they've got a key forward. I think a couple more pieces to the puzzle, and they will be up there and playing finals. It's just they need to find more fringe players, I reckon, that can come into that senior side.
Let's talk some finals.
All right. Park Orchards made their presence felt yesterday, convincing 61-point winners over Beaconsfield, and I think there's it's no mean feat really, because Park Orchards finished 5 games clear, and in South Belgrave 6 games clear of 3rd and 4th, and I think that was the message in itself. And I think yesterday, that was the class came out to play yesterday, Ryan.
I agree, and I think we've talked about this. The longer the season has gone on, the top 2 have separated themselves from the next 3 to 4 sides. I actually think the winner of today's game, I'd say I'd almost probably tip one of these 2 sides against Beaconsfield. I don't think Beaconsfield have been very convincing, and I think we were maybe almost alluding to that false
you mean
false
we were
sense of confidence.
seduced?
Yeah, because they were playing the bottom sides and they were thumping them in those last few weeks.
Yep.
But prior to that, they lost to 40 points, I think, to
Montrose.
The Montrose. They lost to Boronia. They obviously
lost to Park Orchards.
Yeah.
Yep.
And North Ringwood, they got across the line by a point, which probably could have been it could have gone either way. So I'm not too confident on where Beaconsfield are at the moment. Park Orchards, statement made. Big challenge will be next week.
Well,
it is.
Well, I reckon this is the story of the weekend, Blake, and I'm going to get you to paraphrase a person that was there yesterday, but a massive result here for Surrey Park. They now move into the second semi-final against Templestowe next week, and at least guarantee themselves a preliminary final berth when they've beaten Wantirna South 11-6-72 to Wantirna South 7-9-51. They've victory by 21 points here, Blake.
Yeah, I think we're going to talk a lot about Surrey Park. Can we believe it, Brush? They're on track for another grand final and potentially a prelim final. This side is just, it's so, I don't know, words I can't put into my mouth about it. It's just staggering to see that this team that won 4th Division and 3rd Division and now going up to Division 2 and a prelim away to and potentially a grand final. But Wantirna South, the pressure that Surrey Park brought for this game was just top notch, and Wantirna South just never got going and really could adjust as well. From my reports that were there, Nathan Dinez, he's having a really good season as the full back, was fantastic down back, and Sal, I can't pronounce the last name, someone can help me out there, it's a hard one.
Figamali or?
Yeah,
Don't
Figamali.
Yeah, but he was pretty good, and the forward entries were just a bit off on Turner South, and I think Surrey Park really capitalised off the run and carry of the small ground used down at Mitcham, and Surrey Park got Templestowe next week. Going to be a challenge.
Well, that's going to be the question. I know we'll talk about that more next week, but look, I didn't expect them to win. I thought Wanturna South's form was a little bit better. There's still some guys out of that Surrey Park side. A lot of them might not return. The big test will be against the Templestowe side, and the pressure is on Templestowe. Surrey Park will have
no pressure.
They come in with a bit of a free hit, similar to what Knox had yesterday. I look forward to that contest. Big test for them, but look, they're standing up when the time is right in finals.
We spoke a lot about the match of the round yesterday, so we won't really go into that. We'll just quickly glance at it, but I want to recognise Chirnside Park, 4th Division. That was a big result for them. They overcome the hoodoo of the semi-final.
Yep.
Like Donvale, they've got to get it. This is their chance of getting out of division, and they did it convincingly yesterday against White Horse Pioneers. Chirnside 17-9-111, defeating Chirnside by 58 points, 7-11-53. And from what I saw, Blake, Chirnside look like they've got a bit of a march on the rest of them now.
They do. It's been a long time coming for them. They've waited, in my opinion, they've probably waited, 3 years for this moment to come. They're into the big dance, of course, but the only issue that I've got for Chirnside Park is they haven't played. They played one game in a month, I think it is, because of the round 18 bye. So that's probably going to be the worry. But they're going to have a lot of momentum coming into the decider, and it'll come down to Warrandyte, Kilsyth, who will play Whitehorse next week in a big prelim final. So exciting times to be a Panther down at Chirnside.
And Ryan, and match of the day yesterday was at Jubilee Park, and I was present yesterday. And Donvale have moved into the grand final in Division 2 as well as their reserves and under 19, so which has been a massive day for the Donvale Football Club. But Donvale yesterday, I think they won by 37 points, and it was 13-13-91 to Knox 7-12-54. It wasn't a game I thought that was spectacular by nature, but it was cold and calculating by Donvale. They just did what they had to do to get the job done, and the big difference between these two sides is the fact that Donvale have got multiple goal kickers and Knox have only got one or two, and that was the tale of the tape yesterday, Ryan.
And look, I wasn't there, so I haven't seen the footage of the game, but it is probably what we sort of expected out of the Magpies, and we've seen this year after year. They need to go up. They need to win this flag because they've been around the mark. They actually did win a flag 2 years ago, but it was a no promotion year. So it's not like they've had a complete, poor performance every time they get to a grand final. Their two losses in the other grand finals have been by less than a kick. So they're going to perform on grand final day. You know what you get from them. Their forward options are right. And every time we've watched them, between the two figureheads in Duncan and Murphy, they're a handful in themselves, but someone like a Matt Day can pop up and kick 5 or 6 at his best. Jordovic, Giles. They've got too many options. And then that midfield brigade is certainly one of the strongest in the division, if not the strongest. So I don't think they'll mind who they play against. They know if they play their best football
and they
play for 4 quarters, they'll win the flag this year. Whether or not they bring it on grand final day, that's the thing. And footy is a funny game. You can be as good as you want all year, but it only takes one slip up on grand final day. So we have across all divisions, across all clubs, it does happen. But they remain the benchmark in Division 3.
4 men's elimination finals set down for decision this afternoon. I'm seeing I'm on the Division 3 page. Scoresby taking on Upper Ferntree Gully in a very interesting contest at Jubilee Park again this afternoon. I thought last week that Upper Gully left a few goals on the playing field last week. I was really impressed with their resilience and the way that they handled the pressure that was thrown at them by the Basin, and they come into this game this afternoon, and I'm not going to say they're a fluker's chance. I reckon they're a genuine chance, because I reckon the sparsity of Jubilee Park is going to be right down their alley, Ryan.
I think it suits them more than does Scoresby, and that was probably their issue, the Magpies, last week against Knox, and potentially, I don't know if it was just one of those off games, but from what I heard from the people down there, they did look a little bit slow, a little bit too big at that ground, and Jubilee, I think, probably suits that upper gully style a little bit more. In saying that, and that game last week, it could have gone either way. I thought the upper gully did have control of it, but the Basin certainly had their opportunities when they went forward. And you look at guys like Rory Bailey, defensively, he was just, I thought he was a clear standout. Travis Strange, when he gets going, you can see why he racks up so many disposals and ranking points on Premier Data. That's one for Scoresby to watch. Camilleri didn't have his best game for the Magpies last week. Expect him to bounce back. And then you look at that forward line. I mean, Amin's going to be pretty key if he can get on the scoreboard. But they do have other options. I think this will be tight.
Yeah,
I really do.
Me too, as well.
Blake, you and I and Ryan, we were at Warrandyte last week.
Yes.
To watch them and Croydon North Hemlock, and they were quite impressive, I thought. They've moved into the elimination final this afternoon, and they're playing Kilsyth. Now, for mine, Kilsyth have had a season of injury, poor form. They've picked up a couple of really key players at the right particular time of the season. But I'm looking at the season overall, and I think Warrandyte deserve. They would be getting my tip this afternoon based on over the season. They've challenged it. They've beaten the top two sides that played yesterday. I think they've got good form leading into this contest. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's a cracking contest, and who would have thought 10 years in the making that they'll be playing in a final, which is huge. And Kilsyth, they're fired at the right time. I feel like, as you said, Brash and Warrandyte. I feel with today, their midfield is where the game is going to be won today, and I feel like they've got a bit ahead of Kilsyth's midfield. I don't know if the coach is playing in Murray today, but if he is playing, it gives them a little bit of bonus for that game. But I think Warrandyte will be too skillful. We saw Appleby last week. He light up for Warrandyte with his 6 goals. So I think they're going to have their hands full Kilsyth today.
I think Warrandyte too, except Kilsyth have matched up very nicely against them this year. So that's the only thing that I think if they can get across this one, I reckon they could go all the way to a grand final.
And finally, Division 2. Division 2 also have a elimination final at Walker Park Mitcham this afternoon. Mulgrave taking on Heathmont. And the fact is that these two sides throughout the year have really, their form has fluctuated mostly to a point where you just can't tip them. And I still can't tip them today. So I'm going to throw my hand up in the air, and my hand landed on the flat side, and it flipped onto Heathmont.
I'm tipping the Jets as well. They've matched up well against Mulgrave in the last couple of years. I could see either side blowing this one out by 5 or 6 goals. I really think it is that sort of game, but I'm backing in the Jets. They've had the number over at Mulgrave. They know Walker Reserve quite well. They had a final series there 2 years ago where they won 3 finals and competed well against Boronia. Jets for me.
Blake? Jets for me as well. And I'll be taking on Montana South.
Well, I'll tell you what, we'll wrap up pre-match here now, and we'll bring in the call team, and that'll give us some time to talk to the team itself about this big game. But thanks very much, Ryan and Blake, for taking us through pre-match with myself. And once we come back after the break, the call team will assemble for the big Division 1 elimination final clash between Boronia and North Ringwood. We're coming to you live on Radio Eastern 98.1, streaming all around the world on Facebook and YouTube.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? Broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Pinks Reserve Division One Elimination Final. It is Boronia taking on North Ringwood. Massive clash out here. For the first time, we've been able to come and live stream a final, should I say, out at Pinks Reserve, at least during my time on the media team. And it is a fantastic afternoon to get stuck into some finals football. I'm Ryan Long, joined by a full panel here as we start to get set up with Gav Casey, Ray Baird, Paul Uconi, Blake Tennant on the boundary, and the man who hosted pre-game, Wayne Brasher, who I'll start with here. Great to have you on board for a big finals game.
Yeah, thank you, Ryan, and thank you, and to the viewers and listeners. I think you're going to be in for a treat this afternoon because I think both these sides are going to leave nothing on the table, right? And it's going to be all or nothing, and this is what elimination final football is all about, Ryan.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. It's going to be fantastic to see both sides out there, a bit of youth and experience on the field on both teams. Ray Baird, welcome to Pinks Reserve.
Yeah, it's as you said, Ryan. I can't remember being out here for a long time. No, it's great facilities out here now, and as yesterday, the weather gods are shining on us again today. Beautiful weather. Isn't it amazing how once you mention the word finals, out comes the sun?
Yeah, it is funny that it does play out like
Except
that.
grand final day.
That's right. Also joining us is Paul Uconi, who will be in the score centre today. Paul, great to have you on board.
Yeah, great.
No, you're right.
Yeah, great to be out here. Yeah, it was a great start. It was a good call yesterday, but yeah, no, it should be a great contest out here.
Yeah, certainly right. As we've got Blake Tennant who'll be heading down to the boundary shortly as both sides get into position. We'll start with our tips because we're going to pretty much get stuck straight into this game. Brash, I'll start with you. Who are you tipping today?
Boronia by 9 points.
Gav Casey?
Yeah, Boronia in a close one. I reckon it'll be a great battle in the midfield, but Boronia got markers inside 50.
Yeah, certainly right. As we'll go down to Ray Baird.
Yeah, I'm going for North Ringwood. I think that the result will be 18 points, and the reason I'm going for them, I just think they're coming in over the last month. They've been more consistent with their form than what Boronia have.
Paul Uconi, your tip?
I think North Ringwood by 7 points.
All right, Gav Casey to bring us in.
And the Kilsyth Pinks Reserve is bathed in sunshine, and we're all set up for a great Division One elimination final. Boronia versus North Ringwood. Hannon wins the secondary ball up after the first one didn't go too far. And again, the pack forms just at the centre circle, so it's going to be a fantastic game. I think these two teams are evenly matched, so see who can get some early ascendancy. Hannon tries to steal it out of the ruck. He's got Fairchild trying to help him. He couldn't swoop on the ball, but eventually he does get a free kick. Maybe it was advantageous, he didn't grab it at all. So holding the man goes to Fairchild, looks to the left flank, goes beyond the intended Gasparoni. So the defence of the Saints holding up, but Gasparoni goes again. Tackle applied and holding the ball. So at half forward, good play by the Hawk. He's got a short on inside the arc, just even shorter than that. Now running with it is Robinson, left pocket. He spears it in, couple of grabs at it, spilt mark by Burgess. He'll be disappointed he couldn't hold it on to that Corey Burgess, as it just outside his chest line there, unfortunately.
Number 62, Gav, I believe is that's been a number change. That's
Okay.
That's what's his name? Kieran Edwards, mate.
Okay, Fairchild couldn't grab it there, so yeah, we might have a couple for the Hawks to look for. So
Kieran it looks like Damon Fairchild has been put into the midfield to replace Max Brasher this afternoon.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because he's a tall, probably more slider, of course, option, but he's tried to roam free. Taking out of the ruck was Begg, hands it off to a runner. They're trying to get dash out, but they're taking on the tacklers. Dangerous ploy at the moment because the Hawks are up for the battle.
First minute and a half into this first quarter between the Hawks and the Saints. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM and our Facebook and YouTube streams. Ball back into play. Hannon versus Begg is going to be an interesting contest today. Fenton with the little handball as the Saints look to move this one on. Free kick's been awarded to North Ringwood, so it's going to come back. And Braunthal will take this in the long sleeves out there at Pink's Reserve today. So Jackson Braunthal for the Saints looks to use the corridor. Been a downfield free kick as well going against the Hawks. So moving this on now, the Saints go forward. The skipper in Fenton will take the mark. 60 out from goal. He'll send it long into attack. Van Unen's out the back. He's going to run onto this one. He can kick the first of the elimination final. Van Unen strikes and North Ringwood move to 1 straight 6. Boronia yet to score. 3 minutes into this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
That's the sort of start that North Ringwood want, and what would be disappointing to Matty Clark is that I think there was 3 defenders flew for that mark there and there was no one over the back.
And no talk either, right?
No. Isn't it interesting? Look, local games, you know, home and away games are fine as they start, but the first 5 or 10 minutes of a final, everyone's up and about, and it's certainly the ball moves quicker, I reckon, from end to end.
So no score for the Hawks entry into the 50, but it's quick reply. Transition footy, great by the Saints. Fairchild Sharks the first stoppage there in the middle, takes it out. Inside 50, doesn't hit a target, so they're going to go out through Dunn. And the Saints, outer side, Liverpool Road wing. Go outer side, trying to hit up and pass it half forward on the bounce. It evades Braunfeld, and Braunfeld has to hand it over, and it'll be a boundary throw in just in front of that temporary scoreboard that you can see, and it reads North Ringwood 1 straight 6. 3.5 minutes gone in this first final, elimination final for Division 1. The ruck contest, Begg, such a tall, imposing figure that he might get a few of these ruck in Piedmont free kicks go his way. Spearing pass, what a great kick by the big man. And on the lead, Livingstone. He was just galloping into it and it hit him on the chest beautifully, well weighted, and no troubles for the big man to take the mark. Livingston will be firing from about 50 metres out. I'll just get a check on that arc because I always wonder about the arcs in the eastern region. Livingstone gets it all the way.
He likes it.
What a beauty. He goes 50 plus with a kick, and the goal umpire didn't have to work a bit and signals a goal. So that's 2 straight, 2 entries for the Saints, 2 goals. North Ringwood 2 straight 12, leading by that margin, 4.5 minutes in this elimination final.
And Gav, on the way he kicked that, I would say that arc was only 45, not 50.
Yeah.
It was a great kick, but it doesn't look 50 to me either, mate.
No, of course. But what a pass by the ruckman.
Yeah.
Well, very interesting that we saw this game last time and North Ringwood had all the play early, but they were missing all these shots. So they've started with 2 straight, which will give them plenty of confidence going forward. We're back in the middle again. Hannon versus Begg. Out on the middle here for Fenton. Inside 50, the Saints go once again, looking for their 3rd of the afternoon already. Braunthal wrapped up by Mellis, and we'll get a ball up inside 50 here for the Saints. 5 minutes into this first quarter. 2 straight 12 plays, no score. The Saints leading. Hannon with the tap down is breaking through his Mellis. Ball going nowhere as Church is wrapped up by Bronthal once again, and we're sitting just outside the forward 50 here at Pinks Reserve. Fantastic day weather-wise for the finals as Hannon clearing kick out of congestion. It's going to come back now through Rice. Rice sends it in the direction of Bronthal. Collins has got the height advantage and is able to spoil that across the line.
Yeah, I just noticed Boronia just look a little bit flat around the contest at the moment. They're getting beaten to the punch.
So the boundary throw in. Right in front of the old scoreboard. The handball quick off to Fenton, who goes long towards goal. Almost a bit of a juggling mark there from Van Noonan. Couldn't quite control it, and it's out of bounds.
Probably a good result here for North Ringwood because they got a stoppage right on the point post here. Boronia going to have to be really careful and match up on this throw-in.
Looking dangerous around goals so far this quarter, the Saints. Bouncing ball, Van Noonan lets it out of his grasp, but he's got some help and a dribbler. Hits the post. Hits the post from, I think, is that Davidson?
Patterson.
Patterson. He grabbed it out of Van Noonan's spilt ball and rolled it to the goals, but he maybe too clever by half. Rolled it into the post.
So Jake Godwin here to take the kick in for the Hawks. Been great for Boronia to have him back at the club this year. Long down the line. Big mark from Josh Hannon. Off to White. White moves this ball down the line as they go forward through Church to Collins. And in the direction of Robertson, who marks it on the chest. And that will have his first set shot on goal this afternoon.
Replace his divot?
Yeah.
That's probably Boronia at their best. The transition, no North Ringwood player anywhere near that piece of play.
Has liked playing the Saints this year. He's kicked 4 goals on both occasions against North Ringwood. One of those games live streamed this year. Ben Robertson, the experienced veteran, lining up from about 35 metres out. Not too much of an angle. And he's going to make no mistake. That's through for a goal. And the Hawks get there first. They move to 1 straight 6. North Ringwood 2-1-13 as we go down to the score centre for the first time this afternoon.
Yeah, in Div 2, Mulgrave 1 behind to Heathmont yet to score. In Div 3, Scoresby and Upper Gully are 1-1-7 apiece. And in Div 4, Kilsyth 1-8 to Warrandyte yet to score.
Great ground to be playing football at. I reckon this is a pearl of a choice for finals, and what a great day has been put on for this Division One Elimination Final in Kilsyth. And it seems like this might have some scores today. Hannon takes it out of the ruck. Hand passes to Malice, but Jake didn't take it with him. He's got help from his brother there in Mitch. They have to go backwards before they can get some clear run. Go the Hawks, the floating ball, every forward hates that one, but it's been nicely handed over to Malice on the run. Now he's got it onto Collins, who's drifted forward. He's got Robertson on the line, going back with the flight of it between the goal and the point post, so he needed to mark it, but it was only 1 point as it was spoiled out of his grasp. So minor score to Boronia, 1-1-7, trailing North Ringwood 2-1-13, 9 minutes gone first term.
North Ringwood happy to play this on quickly as they try and get out of their back half. 9 minutes into this first quarter. Both sides have plenty of run, as we've seen from the last 2 times they've played. Ball on the outer side. Forward by Dower. Back in defence, able to take the mark there for the Saints. Leading 2-1-13 to 1-1-7. Matthew Shepherd plays on immediately. He's got a player out here in the back pocket here for the Saints as they go down the line. And a nice mark here. There's Campwell. And the number 10 today goes forward towards the pocket. Was looking to get that one off to Davidson. And we'll get a boundary throw in.
What do you reckon, special comments about Collins' role on a smaller forward?
Well, it's an interesting matchup, Gav, and I guess maybe Boronia are trying to think that they can exploit that matchup.
So deep inside the forward 50 here for North Ringwood. They've done well, the Hawks, to get out of it. Lake, a long kick out of defence, and that has bounced just before the line, and we'll get a boundary throw in right in front of us on the broadcast side.
I know we're not AFL, but there was a lot of distance between the next Hawk and that ball.
So boundary throw in 11 minutes into this first quarter. Tap down from Hannon. Dower got off to Mellis. Is he being held? Umpire says no. Collins back to Dower. Moves this on to Jake Mellis. And it's cut off here by the Saints as they link up through Rice. Rice using the corridor. It's a challenging one there for his teammate to control, slipping over at the wrong time. Almost caught by White. Burgess got it off to Hannon. Luke Hannon goes one way and then goes the next, and then tries to find Corey Burgess, who controls this one and goes inside 50, but the Saints have got all numbers. In front is William Waller, who's been an impressive young man.
And dangerous ball sometimes, but he finds half back nicely. So Saints kick, mark, quick play on. Van Noonen's underneath it in the middle. Now the spoil comes in, so the Hawks might be in here with... Can't get out of trouble out of that tackle. So the turnover is good, and free kick has been... Well, Duke's got the free kick. Might have been too ferociously tackled. And it'll be a free kick at centre forward. So the Saints kick past, didn't quite pay off for them. Stanley now gets his handball to Collins. Collins now spears the ball into the leading option. Spilt just as he tries to grab it at the low deck there. So no mark for Hannon. And the Saints under a bit of pressure. Dumping ball. Leaves Stanley in the good position to spoil. His punch. 2v1 for the Hawks. But the Saint, just under a heap of pressure, did really well. Close to the boundary line. And the saviour for North Ringwood. And Stubbs was the boundary.
The only thing I can be critical about Boronia is they're delivering to their forward 50. Whilst they're trying to pinpoint the pass, they're not executing that and making it really difficult for their forwards to take even a grab.
Begg goes for the body, does win the tap, but the Hawks are there ready to swoop. Hand pass backwards to Mallis. Jake Mallis, smothered ball, now turnover. Sandilands, he tried to take on a tackler as he tried to go on the wing, and Hannon wraps him up, disposes illegally, so it's holding the ball. Hannon for the Hawks, goes into the middle of Pink's reserve. Ruckman takes it, or no, going forward, Collins. I'll confuse him if he's playing back pocket but always seen it half forward.
He's playing well, Collins. He's been prominent early.
And he spears the ball in, finds a man all on his own, but it's close to the boundary line. Will be a difficult shot from 40 metres out. And Jake Mallis will have a shot. He just drifted in the forward line. The leading option was going to where he was, but the pinpoint pass found Jake Mallis. 40 metres out. And this will tie the game up at the 13-minute mark. It's going to be a tough shot. He's looking for options. Spearing ball, nice little one. Finds a teammate, but he's in no better in angle. But distance won't be a problem for his teammate in Burgess. So Corey Burgess will line up from 35.
Ray, I didn't see the value in that kick there at all.
No, he should have had a shot himself. Back yourself in, Brash. You did right.
No, he decided he wasn't good for the shot pretty early. You can see it in his body language. But his only option was to kick forward and more difficult angle, but within range. What will be able to be done by Corey Burgess? He puts on the right boot. He never gets it across the face. And it's only one behind to the near side. So it's 1-2-8. Boronia trailing in this elimination final. North Ringwood 2-1-13. 14 minutes gone.
Brash, you mentioned about Boronia's entry into that forward 50, and prior to that entry then, they were coming right up the corridor, whereas on that particular instance, they went wider. And when you go wider into that forward entry, you can put the ball out in front of your
White brought it into O'Donnell. He gets the kick away now towards us. Centre wing here, Braunthal. Picked up here for the Saints. He's going to end up with the footy in the long sleeves, Braunthal. Inside 50, in front position, great mark. And great transitional play there from North Ringwood. And they'll have a set shot on goal through Taylor Davidson. And you know he's in range from here. We're right behind this one, so we'll see how he goes. His first real look at it this afternoon. Taylor Davidson Looking for the Saints' third of the afternoon. That kick stays right, and it's just a minor score. That moves North Ringwood to 2-2-14 at Boronia 1-2-8. We've played 15 minutes into this first quarter.
Either credit to Harry Burgess on the mark, allowed to creep a little bit, or Taylor Davidson didn't know where the mark was, and he was only 2 metres away from him when he kicked it, so he couldn't get it straight. Short pass out of fullback to Stanley. Stanley's got a runner. That is such a poor hand pass, and he puts his teammate under a heap of pressure, and Stubbs runs his opponent to the ground, and it'll be a ball up 45 metres from North Ringwood's goal.
I tell you what, Brace, I don't know what his thinking was then with that hand pass. It hit him on the ankle.
Well, didn't even get to the ankle, I reckon.
Dodged the bullet there, I'm afraid.
Ruck contest, no winner yet. North Ringwood trying to grab the ball out through Mooney. He was tackled as soon as he got the hand pass received. Nicely wrapped up by Edwards, 62 today. Tapped down by North Ringwood to no effect, and Van Oonen and his teammate in Rice apply a tackle, so their opponent's not going anywhere. 45 out from North Ringwood's goal. They've been pretty efficient in terms of scoring for inside 50s, but can the Hawks break out from half-back? The kick now is a disputed ball in the middle of Kilsyth's pink reserve. Hand pass backwards. The Saints got numbers. If they go backwards, they're hand passing themselves into trouble. Not much free space here, but they've got the numbers on the rebound. They just can't get it going yet. Now the run, overlaps created. Saints go forward. Long ball inside 50. Beats one in the marking contest. Ground level. Tackle applied by Flanagan, and he holds up North Ringwood's transition coast-to-coast football, or attempt to be. Rucks go at it. Hannon, smaller player, goes into the ruck. Not to good effect as the Saints have got a wall of players to set up through Shepherd. Long ball inside 50, and now it's Harry Burgess, like he's leading for the ball, took the mark in front on the chest, and he'll try to clear all the way to Edwards.
So Edwards takes the mark at the half-back line here for the Hawks. Has Burgess running on the right, on the left. He wants him. That's the short option forward in Collins.
He's had a lot of the football today already, Collins.
He's playing well.
It's going to be key today if the Hawks are to move on to the semi-final. Burgess has made his way up the field and taken the mark here right in front of us on the broadcast side of the ground here at Pink's Reserve. Yeah, he hasn't nailed that kick though. It's turned over, getting the handball away there. Vag in time. Dower stolen it from North Ringwood hands. Tap back into the direction of Van Oonen, who's wrapped up by Church. And we'll get a ball up as Cantwell's a little slow to get up behind the play.
How great footy, bumping, proper bumping, with the shoulder and the arms tucked in. Great to see, proper bumps.
So certainly right as Luke Hanna got the tap down. Hare out to Wex. Going forward now, Gasparoni. It's a 2-on-1. North Ringwood happy to kill that over the line. As we go around the grounds with Paul Yaconi.
Yeah, in Div 2, Heathmont 2-1-13 lead, Mulgrave 1-4-10 in Div 3, Scoresby 2-3-15 lead, Upper Gully 1-1-7, and in Div 4, Warrandyte lead 2 straight 12 to Kilsyth 1-4-10.
Back out of play here, Mellis went back to Collins. Off the left boot inside, and he's nailed the pass to hit up a target. And I believe that's Edwards there, who's able to take that on the chest.
Collins is
pinpointed.
Collins is basically ruling the roost at the moment along that half forward line. And his aerobic capacity to actually push back as well. It's really worrying North Ringwood at the moment. I don't know what Matt Price is going to do about that potential player.
You can't ask for much better delivery than that as Edwards comes in off the right boot. Kick on its way. It is to the right, so just a minor score. And moves Boronia to 1-3-9. North Ringwood 2-2-14. 19 minutes gone in this first quarter.
I reckon you've got to put a defensive forward on him now. It's clear that he's a match winner in terms of getting the ball. The Saints, long driving ball. What a beautiful pass in the end. Falling backwards with the flight of it. Nicely taken by Taylor. Another pass hits the target. Trying to get there, Livingstone on the bounce, under his ankles. Left foot for a small forward to kick it off the ground, and bouncing ball. It's a goal to the Saints. So out of nothing, they're very creative for North Ringwood. And this time it's by Dunn, who done well to kick it off the ground. Well, it wasn't a spilt mark. The pass didn't get on the full to the intended player in Livingstone. Dunn, quick to get to it, kicks it off the ground. Another goal for North Ringwood, 3-2-20, leading by 11 as we approach and are in time on of the first term, 1-3-9 Boronia.
Yeah, certainly converting more compared to that last time the two sides met, and that's given them just a little bit of a buffer going into potentially quarter time if they can get one more. Certainly give them the confidence going forward as we're back in the middle again. 3-2 plays 1-3. The Saints leading. This is do or die today. Elimination final, loser out. Winner into the semi-final to play Beaconsfield. Vag went backwards with the handball, and now they move it through the corridor again. And leading in front, couldn't quite take the mark. Lake got the spoil. At ground level was Harry Flynn, who puts through North Ringwood's fourth. Right position, right time, and Harry Flynn delivers for the Saints as they get a little bit of a break on the scoreboard now. 4-2-26 to 1-3-9. 21 minutes gone in the third term.
Brash, this first quarter's gone the way that I thought the whole game would go. I just think that North Ringwood's run is going to be a huge problem to Boronia.
You're right, Ray, and they have really started. They have started really well. North Ringwood, they're up and about.
I love the way they're defending out of that back 60 too. They've got one or two players running at the ball when it's coming in.
Van Oonen, hand pass received from Begg, gets it over to the runner again, but Taylor can't break out of the tackle of Fairchild, so it'll be a ball up, advance to the centre circle for North Ringwood. Very efficient so far, 4-2. Hand pass is a tunnel ball by Fenton, can't get the runner yet. Trying to break out of it was Taylor. Taylor hands it back to where he thought his teammate wait, but the turnover now is with Hare, goes in the middle. The bouncing ball might not suit his teammate. Hand pass back to Collins. Collins finds Hare again. This time it's Collins on the receive, and he spears the ball in and nicely marked on the run to Gasparoni.
Collins is keeping a minute at the moment because I think the midfield of Boronia are being well beaten at the moment. Mallison, they are missing the linkage between Malice and Brasher. Don't forget, these two players combined for nearly 70 possessions a game, and at the moment they're not able to get
hand off to Fairchild. Fairchild loads up beyond 50, goes as long as he can, but drops short. Mark taken last line by Waller.
Sorry, Gav.
That's all right. I was just going to cut you off. So the short pass finds another as Fairchild just couldn't finish off. Gasparoni knew he didn't have the leg in him, and they're very good getting out of defence so far, North Ringwood. Stubbs on the end of another pass, but just through the middle. They're not always owning it, so wing goes Stubbs. Long ball, nice body position there by Walker. Walker now gets onto the ball, kicks it in there, finding Braunfeld. Braunfeld can't get onto it successfully without being tackled, and he's taken to the ground. So another inside 50 for North Ringwood, but no shot on goal yet. 4-2-26, leading by 17 as we approach quarter time. Ground level. Church hands it off to his teammate. White's under a heap of pressure, close to the boundary. Tackling's good by North Ringwood. Last tackle applied by Patterson. Drives his opponent over the line. It'll be a boundary throw in 30 metres around from their goals.
Can't afford to give away another goal here, Boronia.
Well, they've got a sniff of another goal, have the Saints. They're up and about. The urgency to get it forward and see what their forwards to do is quite exciting for the North Ringwood faithful. Ground level, Flynn couldn't pick it up again, so he's trying to get his teammate in Fenton involved. He applies a tackle and wraps it up, again held in the area for North Ringwood. Fairchild handing the ball over the umpire. It's close to the boundary line, 30 metres out in the pocket for North Ringwood. They can't get first hands out of the ruck contest, but they're applying tackles, and the pressure to hold it in is fantastic. So they'll have another go in a 50-50 stoppage, a ball in.
So 17-point lead to the Saints, 24 minutes into this first term. Elimination final out at Pink's Reserve. Matt Price will be very happy with the way his side has started today, and they're in a position here to get a fifth of the quarter. There's been a free kick awarded, and it is going North Ringwood's way. And I believe it was a ruck infringement.
Well, you can hear in the effects Mike Hannon saying about he had the ball, so the tackle shouldn't have been penalised, but that's not how the umpire's telling him it went.
Well, either way, it's a big opportunity here for the Saints through Luke Patterson to put through a fifth in the quarter and really make an early statement in this final. It's great to see North Ringwood back in the finals. They've had a big season. And Patterson has kicked that right, similar to that same kick that Davidson had from a similar angle as this end of the ground. As we move now to 4-3-27 North Ringwood, 1-3-9 Boronia. 25 minutes gone for first term.
Hate to sound like Dermot Burton, but the sound of the foot connecting with the ball wasn't very pretty. But it was like it was a thud. So
it did. It sounded like, yeah, just that horrible shot you have in golf.
It wasn't flush. A bit of a shank. Not really a shank, but it went offline. So it's a minor score to the Saints, doing all the attacking in the last couple of minutes. They're trying to go again. It's in White's hands. He spills it in a tackle. But Boronia, they're just muscling it as far away from goals as they can. And they might be happy with that, because I think the word's gone out that there's only a minute or two to go in this quarter. So they've got to get some territory, Boronia, and see if they can just hold up at the moment. Because out of every stoppage, Begg doing well against Hannon. Ground level ball, it's a scrap for the ball. Braunfeld has been tackled. At least he's getting his head over it and he's applying. And the tackle has to be applied on him by Flanagan. Ball up again, Begg. First body, then takes it out. Tackled straight away because he was so close to Hannon when he tried to fend him off. That it's going to be another ball up on the wing. Broadcast side, where the grandstand here is at Pink's Reserve. Out wide, almost the Hawks had enough runners. They're running wide, but they just can't get it out in the open yet. Hand pass might be fortuitous. Falls into the hands of that man Collins. Trying to push it on was Burgess. He's got a teammate under a heap of pressure in Hannon, the ruckman. He took an age to try to get rid of it, so the umpire said that's got to be holding the ball.
So Fenton wants to move this on quickly. They're off through the middle of the ground as they link up through Cantwell. His kick was smothered. Well done there by the young man in Jamison, back in the side. Eastern Rangers boy has found Nathan Hare on the outer side here for the Hawks as they go long down the line. Would love to get one back before quarter time, but the mark is taken by Riley White in defence for the Saints.
Gee, Rob White's been very good down there. That's probably his third intercept mark for the quarter.
He's been massive. He's had a great year as he goes backwards, and they're looking just to maintain possession of the footy and control this one out through to quarter time. They've certainly had the better of the quarter. Out on the far side there is wrapped up in a tackle by Edwards as we get the quarter time siren. And North Ringwood, they've had a massive weekend as a club. And at quarter time here in the senior men's elimination final, it is the Saints 4-3-27 leading the Hawks 1-3-9. The goal kickers, all single goal kickers for the Saints, Livingston, Van Noonan, Dunn and Flynn. As for Boronia, the one goal kicker in Ben Robertson. We're going to take a quick break here and then jump into the second quarter and hear from one of the coaches in this Division One elimination final.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Quarter time here at the big Division One Elimination Final between Boronia and North Ringwood. And North Ringwood are jumped out of the blocks here. They lead 4-3-27 to Boronia 1-3-9. Goal kickers for North Ringwood: singles to Livingston, Van Eunen, Dunn and Flynn, while Ben Robertson is the only goal kicker for Boronia. And Ray Baird, you said to me at the start of the game this was you were expecting North Ringwood to jump out of the blocks, and they've done so.
They certainly have, Brash. Look, they're just so much quicker and covering more ground over the whole ground than what Boronia are. And one thing I like is their back six too, where the innocent marks down there, and they're running out that ball out of the back six, North Ringwood, with numbers as well. And I think I don't like the way Boronia are going into that forward 50. I know they were trying to go down the corridor early in the quarter, but then it was man on those marks. And sometimes when that's not happening, you've just sometimes got to go wider, where you can put the ball out in front of that leading player and he can run onto it. Where it's not happening, they've got to lift Boronia. They cannot let North Ringwood score the first couple of goals in this quarter.
Ray, Jaden Collins has probably been Boronia's best at the moment. He's basically running the forward line, but also pushing back into the Boronia's defensive unit as well. Would you say one of the criticisms that Boronia committing is they are pushing too wide and basically not giving their forwards a good chance at kicking a goal?
Yeah, you're right there. But look, the thing is that with Collins, was it that you said?
Yeah.
Look, he's on an opponent when he goes back that's 12 inches shorter than what he is. But that doesn't worry North Ringwood, because the way they're delivering the ball in, it's not kicked high in the air, so that height advantage doesn't matter. But Collins has been he's probably had the most possessions on the ground.
Boundary. Let's go boundary side. Blake Tennant.
Matt Clarkey, how do you assess that first quarter? Obviously, North Ringwood got the jump early. What was the key messages in that quarter-time break?
Yeah, I think we've got to cover off transition a lot better. We were allowing them to get an extra number in the defence, and then they transitioned out really quickly, and I don't think we had that urgency around covering the back. We allowed the ball to get over the back, and that's where they got their 3 goals hurting us. It was a good goal off the ground, but other than that, I think in general play, we just got to make sure we're managing the stoppage and getting on our terms. I thought when we slowed the game down and we're able to have a head-up target, that's when we got a ascendancy. But yeah, we're just going to take our chances. We're right in it. I'm not too forlorn at quarter time. I just think we've got to be convert better, and we've got to balance numbers better.
No worries. Enjoy the rest of the game.
Paul Yacone, you got some scores for us, Paul, before we get back into the general play?
Yeah, quarter in Division 2, Mulgrave 3-5-23 to Heathmont 2-5-17. In Div 3, Scoresby 2-3-15 lead Upper Gully 2-1-13. And in Div 4, Warrandyte 3 straight 18 to Kilsyth 2-4-16.
All right, guys, well, welcome back. And, players and spectators are now leaving the arena and in preparation for the start of the second quarter. So hand it back to the commentary team, Ryan Long and Gav Casey.
What was impressive about the North Ringwood huddle there was the amount of supporters there. Is it final star versus final star versus just the excitement of being a big club in finals?
As we're ready to go here for the first bounce of the second term. Hannah gets a tap down. Big start needed for the Hawks. Stolen away from Begg. Fenton wrapped up by Mellis. Ball comes out as Flynn gets the first clearance here for the Saints. Spoiling that at the right time there was Wex. Godwin out the back is able to find Edwards, who's got nothing in front, so just had to handball in hope as that ball goes out of bounds. And we'll get a boundary throw in here.
Really important here for Boronia. They've got to hold sway. Can't afford to let North Ringwood get the opening couple of goals in this second quarter.
So Hannon with the tap down. White as they move the ball down the line. Duke's underneath this one. It was a downfield free kick either way. It's Fletcher Duke for the Hawks. We'll send them forward towards the half-forward line. Luke Hannon amongst that has taken pretty good contested mark just outside the forward 50 arc. And it's like he might be happy to back himself in from here. Be a tough angle. We've seen a couple of shots here from the Saints in the first term. This is a little bit further out as Hannon, long kick towards the top of the square. Across the line for a minor score. So the Hawks move to 1-4-10. North Ringwood 4-3-27, 30 seconds into this second term.
So a bit of the what Matt Clark was talking about, hitting up targets, trying to get more systematic into the forward line entries. Luke Hannon, though, long range, couldn't score. Eventually on the end of this kick out, North Ringwood keep possession through Rice, taking a nice mark. Left back flank, goes down the line, big stretch, good. Well, I thought it was in his hands there for a bit, just under the grandstand, and Patterson couldn't complete the mark on the wing, so it'll be out of bounds in front of us here. Pinks Reserve, what a great facility it is.
Oh, fantastic. How good does it look?
Yeah, and the faithful here would be loving the viewing from this grandstand. Begg works hard, takes on a couple of tacklers, and Rice thought some of those tackles were a bit too ferocious, but Begg's just brushing it all off. Takes on Hannon again. Hannon wins the contest, but Begg goes again. Now he spoils with taking the possession. Hand passes over to Braunful, who gets it to Rice. Rice was under heap of pressure and he threw it up in the end, and Braunful, when he got it back, was the one who was penalised. So maybe they were oversharing there, the Saints.
Well, you know the old adage.
Oh, hang on a second. The umpire pointed the wrong way. Yeah. It's totally confused me. Now I've got to get my bearings again because it's in the hands of Patterson. Half forward for North Ringwood. Patterson, long ball, looking for a high flyer. No grab taken on. Well, there's a push off in the contest, says the umpire. And I'm going to wait to which way he plays. And this time he's pointing to the Hawks way and getting up with the ball as Lake. He's got me confused, these umpires at the moment.
So wide off towards the far side in Wex. Wex goes down, hits his target in Duke. Duke looking to use the corridor through Josh Hannon, who's able to take the mark, played on, just got his hands off in time, picked up by Begg, got off to Taylor. They move this down. Mitch Mellis involved here. As Wex is wrapped up and holding the ball free kick, going the way of the Saints. That might be Rye Cantwell from outside forward 50 here for North Ringwood.
They're actually playing with the same sort of intensity here, North Ringwood, that they brought to the table against Montrose early in that contest. Montrose couldn't handle it, and at the moment, Boronia are really struggling with it.
I reckon he might get the distance here. I think it's easier kicking to goal at that end than the other end.
Well, you know he's a big kicker of the football, and this one, not a bad effort. It's going far, but it might just fall short across the line to the right side. Minor score 4-4-28 North Ringwood, 1-3-9 Boronia.
It looked as though he got underneath it a little bit when he kicked it, didn't he? It went very high.
The worst part, it wasn't straight at goal. So it was a miss for the Saints. Long ball out by the Hawks. They're just trying to get out of here as quick as they can. Collins are in and around, but he's not first there. Big boy handing it over there in Waller. Tries to get it running. And out wide go North Ringwood. They almost spoil each other, do the Hawks, trying to get the physicality going. Now the Saints in and under pressure. Fenton in the pocket. He might have just drilled it.
He has.
Fenton took on the tacklers. He's really the only one who knew where the ball was in the pocket, and once he seized upon it, he went inside and evaded all tacklers, and from 30 metres out, he speared it through. So a nice goal for the Saints, and they just know where the big sticks are at the moment. 5-4-34, leading by 25 over Boronia, 1-3-9 early in the second.
Kieran Rice is playing a fantastic game off that half-back line. He is running the lines at the moment, and the Boronia are really being caught flat-footed in their forward 50. They're not chasing as hard as what they should be.
There's a pressure on here for the Hawks now.
They are. They're right under the pump here now, Boronia.
25-point lead for the Saints. It's a big centre clearance here for Boronia. Begg with the hit out. Dower wrapped up. And we'll get another ball up back in the middle of the ground.
They're struggling to even win a centre clearance, is what Boronia, which is not really synonymous with them.
Hannon with the tap down. Here's Mellis. Got the handball off, but it was stolen away from Vag. Vag now towards the half-forward line. Out the back there was Godwin. Got it off to Church, to Wex, and back to Godwin they go. And Jake Godwin down the line looking for Corey Burgess. Bounces up into his lap as he sees it across the line. 6 minutes into this second term. We're in front of the sponsor signs on the far side out here at Pink's Reserve.
They just don't seem to be aligned with physicality and ball winning yet, do the Boronia players, Brash. It just seems they're just missing grabbing the ball and what to do next.
So back into play. Begg and Hannon going at it once again. Here's a free kick. It's a throw there going the way of the Hawks. So Dylan Dow will take this kick on the far side.
They're probably getting beaten at their own game at the moment, Gav. That's probably where the game sits at this stage.
He'll send it forward. Mark dropped as Luke Hannon tries to burst through a pack. Braunthal involved, got a quick handball away, and they're going to move this on now. They've got a bit of time and space through Walker as he looks to use the corridor, taking the game on. No mark taken by Burgess. Now it's a big chance of Livingston if he can get rid of it. Wrapped up in the tackle, that's holding the ball. Well done, Jordan Church.
So he had time to hand pass that, but not to kick it.
Had a big season for the Hawks in his first year at the club. Finds Dower on centre wing, far side at Pink's Reserve. Down the line he goes. Getting this forward is Duke. His handball was cut off by Liam Walker, who sends it back from where it came from. Here's Van Oonen. Went for the bounce, dropped it, but still had plenty of time to be able to pick it up once again and hits up a target all by himself. And it's 25-metre penalty too, and this is a certain goal here.
Where were the
Ben Livingston.
Boronia defenders then? There was 3 of them there and not one went to the contest.
Yeah, they were stargazing, I think, Ray.
So Livingston, who has one already, now has 2. And the Saints have stretched this margin out once again. This is now 6-4-40 to Boronia 1-3-9, 7 minutes into this second quarter.
Yeah, worrying times here for Matty Clark and Boronia at this stage. The North Ringwood juggernaut, they are running on top of the ground here.
Brash, when they go forward, Boronia, they just can't get it past that forward 50 line.
And they can't hit the target either, Ray.
No, look, I just think the pressure that the North Ringwood are applying is certainly a worry to Boronia.
It's 31 points, and when the rubber band's being stretched, it's almost a breaking point because you just want to see some transition football from Boronia as well. But this time they'll get the ally of a free kick to Malice. So Mitch Malice was held off the ball. He looks with the right boot to go as long as he can, hoping for Burgess to run at it. Robertson was there. He couldn't take the 2 grabs at it. Hands it off to a teammate. Around the corner they go. Burgess on the bounce. Well, he had a few to beat. In the end, the few did beat him. So the Saints get out through Taylor, and Taylor finds touch at a half back. So just as it looked promising for Robertson, then Burgess, they've spilt their opportunities, the Hawks.
Yeah, they have. But look, when the ball hits the ground in that back 6 for North Ringwood, there's always a player there to receive the hand pass.
I reckon Boronia are 1-4-10, not 1-3-9. They've scored a point this quarter.
Okay. We'll get our scoring team to fix that one up.
Well, it's on the official scoreboard at the ground, so
I've got the same, Brush. So
we'll stick with what's on the official scoreboard.
I'm confused. I like backing Wayne Brasher, but
I know.
This isn't a time clock. This is about scoring.
Okay. as it's now back at the play, and it's now there's a bit of a hoo-ha about getting physical, and I think if Boronia need to resort to push and shove, they've really almost lost the plot because they've got to get the next possession. And North Ringwood pushing forward, but it's still out of bounds.
Gav, in respect to Brasher querying that score, if we had Brad Henderson here, the accurate one, he would have known, wouldn't he?
Correct. That's correct. Well, I think the Hawks are missing Brasher too.
Yeah.
If we missed our Brasher, we'd be in a big trouble, but I think they're in a bit of trouble. Malice hands it off, and he tries to get it going for his teammate, spearing the ball over the head of Jake Malice. So it's now North Ringwood getting out the rundown tackle, running onto the ball again. This time it's Hare running like a hare straight at goal. He was there trying to pinpoint the pass before. It didn't pay off, but the rundown tackle, he gets the bouncing ball going his way and runs towards goal, and that's a much needed one for the Hawks. 10 minutes into the second term, they get their second through Hare. 2-3-15, trailing by 25. North Ringwood 6-4-40.
Yeah, a great goal to Boronia there, but was it because of a bit of complacency coming into the North Ringwood side there, because he had plenty of time? Where are his mates telling him, look, they're going to be run down, get rid of the football?
Yeah, Taylor a bit too slow there, but great run down from Fairchild, bit of a spark, and obviously a great finish from Hare. And that just gives them a bit of life, just a bit of confirmation. That is correct. 2-3-15, plays 6-4-40, so no need to change any scoreline there as Begg goes inside 50. Sorry, Brash, as the Hawks in defence. The mark was dropped out the back there. The handball away from Leach. Off to a teammate who puts through another one. And it looks like Shepherd has, or in fact, Tom Stubbs has put through one for the Saints.
Well, that's the answer that North Ringwood had to come back with. You know, that really, Boronia had a bit of a light of a spark there when they got that goal, but that was closed down very quickly.
Well, that hurts really when you're trying to get back momentum and one goes back the other way in less than 30 seconds.
But that's the story of the day. Look, you look at the way the both sides are travelling across the ground, Brash. Look there, North Ringwood, they're up and about today.
They certainly are, Ray, and they're winning most lines of in most lines of the ground.
Yep.
Back in the middle of Pink's reserve, Begg goes and wins, dominates with his height, ground level. Rice tries to get it going. There's the run, trying to get it. Cantwell took on too many as he came off half back, and he's took on Malice, and Mitch Malice said, you're going no further. Free kick to him. He's kicked it in the man of the mark, trying to get the short pass. So how's that even possible? You wonder, and it's been touched. I don't think the man on the mark was that aware it was happening either. So a really poor kick there by Mitch Malice. So another ball up. Flynn tries to get out and going for North Ringwood, but he threw it under the pressure of the tackle, and it's in the hands of Luke Hannon. The vice-captains, he's directing, gesticulating, he's talking to the umpire, and now he's talked him into giving him 25. So he was saying he's got to get back, he's got to push off the mark here. He's not on the mark, and it paid off for him.
I don't know what Van Enden was thinking there.
Well, I don't also know what the man with the giant hog underneath us is thinking. It's poor timing to start up his motorbike.
Probably tractor or something.
Love to live next door to him. As it's now Hannon from within range now, 40 metres out, directly in front. This is an important goal for the leading light in the Hawks team. That might inspire a bit of a comeback. Now they're getting on the board, are the Hawks. Boronia 3-3-21, trailing by 25. North Ringwood 7-4-46, 12 and a half minutes gone, second term. Let's get some more scores around the FNL.
In Division 2, Mulgrave 3-9-27 to Heathmont 2-5-17. In Div 3, Scoresby 5-4-34 to Upper Gully 2-3-15. And in Div 4, Warrandyte 6-1-37 to Kilsyth 2-6-18.
So back in the middle again. Hawks have lifted their intensity in the last few minutes as Hannon goes up unopposed. High kick towards our forward line. Gasper only dropped the mark. Ball at ground level. Rice picked it up, wrapped up by Dower. We'll get a ball up in the middle. 14 and a half minutes gone, second term. 7-4-46 North Ringwood. Boronia 3-3-21. Elimination final here today in Division 1. The winner to face Beaconsfield next week. Next Sunday, that is, as we tick closer towards the half-forward line here. Hannon stolen away here from the Saints. Begg Has got plenty of numbers. Over the top to Vag. If he can pick it up cleanly, he does. Now inside 50, they've got players out and able to hit up the target in Stubbs, who kicked the last goal.
That is a great vision then.
That's fantastic transition of the footy. They just had all the numbers out the back and were able to set this up where Stubbs can go back and kick his second of the day.
Great vision, and just the way he weighted the kick just to go over the opponent's head.
Well, they caught Boronia off guard there as Tom Stubbs just takes a minute to compose himself before lining up this one.
And guess what, guys? I'm not giving up on that point yet either.
No, we're going to have to as Stubb comes in.
No, I'm not.
And puts through a behind.
Well, there it is.
7-5, 47 North Ringwood, 3-3-21 Boronia.
So what are you going to do? If the goal umpires start waving the flag, you're going to demonstrate, are you, Brash?
No, if they go over to the scoreboard and don't wave the flag at half-time,
they'll give the cross.
That'll be a wrong thing.
Long ball, Hannon marks it at centre half back. What can he create? He's got a short pass forward. Running option, late spoil didn't impede the mark, so the Hawks from half forward look at another option, again into the man on the mark. Van Unen's there to pick up the scraps. The Saints on half back, hand pass backwards to get some open play, short pass yet to hit a target. So on the outer side, it's a bit of rough footy here. Big tackle applied by Taylor for the Saints, but the Hawks get it going forward. Now an inside 50 is being chopped off by the Saints, going backwards for White, centre corridor, and they've held up nicely North Ringwood. And without the Hawks hitting targets, it's allowing the defence just to clean up, and they've got great transition football, just like the last goal. Hand pass forward into an unimpeded runner. It's just a nightmare for the Hawks so far. Now they go through the middle. Begg, under a bit of pressure, tries to jump up and take the mark, but he can't take it with him. Tackled, applied, and Begg.
He is playing well, this guy.
He's playing big because not only is he trying to get in every contest, he tackles as well at ground level. So Begg, long ball to half forward, outer side. No mark played, but again it falls away. This time a long ball by Davidson. One-on-one in the goal square. No mark for the Saints, but they're first to pop up. Hand pass to the Mooney, he gets away from players, and now he creates his own open play, gets it inboard. Big pressure on the Hawks as a pack forms at centre forward, and they're just picking it up off the deck and then deciding what to do, the Saints, and they're getting themselves out of trouble.
I don't think I've seen Boronia as poor in any game I've watched them in the last 12 months with their disposal today. They are under the pump.
Yeah, as you said before, they are looking like they're watching the play more than getting involved. Mooney's inboard pass, though, didn't hit the target, so it's a ball up. And here, trying to break through again was Davidson, and a flying shot from the congestion has missed. And it's out of bounds on the full, so North Ringwood don't add to their score. Conjecture on the score, but it's in the hands of Boronia.
And it's in the hands of Daniel Wex in the back pocket here for Boronia.
EFNL's own, Daniel Wexy.
Was he saying something?
His kick was smothered across the line.
Was he saying
and the
something
pressure
earlier?
here for North Ringwood who have been able to lock this inside their forward half of the ground. 7.5 minutes gone second term, 7-5-47 to 3-3-21. A 26-point lead here for the Saints. But they don't want to stop there. They want to really put this one away in this first half. But the Hawks looking to get out of trouble. And it's Aiden Begg once again taking the intercept mark.
This guy's probably close to best on the ground at the moment. He's dominating.
Begg, a long kick inside 50. Can they get a mark? Sport across the line, so we'll get a boundary throw in inside 50 here for North Ringwood. And of course, Boronia did defeat North Ringwood twice throughout the season. So North Ringwood looking to make this third time's a charm. As Collins, handball over the top, kicked away by Church, and it might just come straight back between Begg and his opposition here, who has been paid the mark. That looks like that's Gasparoni. And off to Church, who loads up down the line, but it's a poor kick and straight down the throat. Could be White out there for the Saints. He's all by himself. I've got the runners coming past. They're going to switch this now towards us on the broadcast side in O'Donnell. He can take a bounce before moving it along forward, looking for Fenton. Great mark. Is able to hold on to this one. Oh, in fact, that's Stubbs again.
He's hurt, though.
And he passed it off straight away, off to Vag. Vag now towards the hot spot. Big chance here for North Ringwood, under a bit of pressure. Umpires called the first free kick.
There was two of them.
And the first one was against North Ringwood for a holding the ball free kick, so it'll be Jordan Church to take this one.
Luck's a fortune there because it was bobbling around and the Saints were sniffing around the pack there to have another shot at goal. But the Hawks, they're trying to slow things down, and we'll go back to Stubbs, who, when he marked it, he almost got tunnelled, but his endeavour to try to mark it meant that he was stretching backwards, so the contact has driven him into the ground, and he might have twisted his ankle here. I'm hoping it's not worse than that. We'll get opinion. I know Blake Tennant's a great diagnostic.
Don't ask him. Don't ask him.
All right, we won't.
Yeah, like I said on the broadcast yesterday, I do have a first aid, but that won't be needed.
That seriously worries me if he's got a first aid qualification.
But yeah, obviously,
clearly just giving
I am not going to hit the ground at all today.
But yeah, hobbling pretty smoothly. I'll get more comment on that one. So just nice in this little box here that I'm in at the moment.
Where are you at the moment?
We wanted to do a health check on him.
Gone missing.
Straight ahead. Look straight ahead, boys, where the two coaches' boxes are. I'm in the little umpires dugout here, so it's nice.
Blake, we know you're moonlighting and starting to be a brain surgeon, mate.
But I do have a level 1 and 2 first aid. So
again, that's concerning. As we'll quickly get a score around the ground before we continue play here.
In Div 2, Mulgrove 4-9-33 to Heathmont 2-5-17. In Div 3, Scoresby 5-6-36 to Upper Gully 3-3-21. And in Div 4, Warrandyte 6-2-38 to Kilsyth 4-7-31.
So here's Godwin at centre half back for the Hawks. Looking to find Collins. He's got him. Collins wants to play this one on. Off to Edwards. The Hawks moving this along nicely. A long kick into attack. Duke's in front position. Great hands. And Fletcher Duke can line up for his first of the afternoon.
I reckon they need a couple of goals just on the stroke of half-time, Boronia, just to keep in with in touch.
So, in fact, it's Mellis is going to take the kick here. So I think they've given the free kick to Mitch. So Mitch Mellis will have to set shot.
Put it this way, the way Mitch is kicking today, I think I'd give it to the other guy.
I'll back him in, Brash, as Mitch will line up. Had another phenomenal season coming up to Division 1 this year is Mitch Mellis for the Hawks. To get one back, he does. He makes no mistake. 4-3-27 Boronia, 7-5-47, 22 and a half minutes gone second term. And Ray, for as much as North Ringwood dominated this game, it's only 20 points. So for Boronia, they can take that as a big positive.
Yeah, look, somehow they've sort of just hang on. They're hanging by a real thin thread, though, because it looks at any stage, the way that North Ringwood are going, that they can just go further ahead.
Yeah, the margin was 18 points at quarter time. Now it's 20 points. So for all the criticism of but what's happening here, they've got some goals against the trend, and they with 20-point margin, they're good enough to fight back in the second half as we approach half-time. But it's out of the middle. Go Flynn. Flynn for North Ringwood. Wobbling, bouncing ball, punched out towards Mooney. He's first there, but he can't grab it under pressure, so it goes closer to the boundary line. Hand pass back, finds Flynn again. Flynn, and they find teammates to share it with North Ringwood. Now they go inside 50, and they always seem to lately find a man on his own, and this time it's Van Oonen. So he stood all by himself, and the pass just had to be accurate enough for him to mark it, as North Ringwood are finding their way around ground level just to get clear of congestion. Hand passed it off, and long ball on the run is a goal. So North Ringwood not mucking around. They're answering every challenge this quarter, getting it out of the middle. So that is another goal to North Ringwood. I'll just get your word on.
That's Cantwell.
Right in
Cantwell
the middle.
just a hand pass receive. And it's now the 8th goal to North Ringwood, 8-5-53, restoring a 26-point margin, 4-3-27, 24 minutes gone second term.
History has just repeated itself in this quarter. Every time that Boronia have got a goal, North Ringwood have answered.
And just too much space there, boys. You know, I could see that coming from a mile away. Just Cantwell just waiting for that hand pass. And the Boronia defenders are just so out of it today, unfortunately.
Back in the middle it goes again. Fenton was involved in that one. Ball out on the far side. Jamison. He's handball off to Collins. Collins hits up Mitch Mellis. But centre forward here for the Hawks. will load it up towards the top of the square. Robertson's in front position. He'll mark it on the chest. That was beautiful play there from Mitch Mellis. And saw Robertson with plenty of space in front of him to take the mark, and has won already today. Kicked the first goal of the game for Boronia, and he'll be looking to get his second and keep the Hawks within that 4-goal margin going into the half-time break. This is an important kick for the big man. As Ben Robinson, calm approach, lines up, and he doesn't miss those. He's got 2, and the Hawks bring this margin back to 20 points. 5-3-33 to 8-5-53.
I mean, at the moment, it still suits North Ringwood because they're going goal for goal at the moment, and Boronia aren't making enough headway. They need to be scoring 2-1 to get back into the contest.
Yeah.
I just want to pay tribute to Robertson's lead there. I reckon he suckered his opponent into thinking that Malice was going to go longer goalwards. And the stutter step and then coming into the lead was a perfectly timed to have a metre gap on his opponent.
You just give him that space in front of him, the right kick.
Yeah, they both they were in tune with each other, weren't they? Yep. Mitch Mellis and Robertson, they know each other that well. They've probably had assist goals so much. Now the ball goes out of the middle again for Boronia, loading up. Ground level ball, Duke's thereabouts, but he's got a teammate. Mitch Mellis, hand pass received, takes us on the tackler's hair, who kicked a goal earlier on the run. Exactly. He's not on the run this time, and he's been tackled to the ground just 40 metres from goal.
Mitch Mellis playing up forward at the moment and being good as soon as he's been moved up forward.
It's the worry that you put North Ringwood on that ground level. Mitch Mellis will get involved.
Yeah.
Gets others involved as well. Hare couldn't get out of the tackle. Ball's left behind for Boronia to try to snare it. So North Ringwood under a heap of pressure, happy to take on the tackle, and it'll be a ball up. 26 minutes gone in this term. Last quarter went for about 28, so we're approaching half time. The margin in favour of North Ringwood is 20 points. They had a lead of 18 at quarter time. So they've done well. Oh, Begg takes it out, ruck, kicks it sideways, directly out of bounds. It's got to be deliberate. The umpire says yes. Begg, well, he needed to look north. He looked west. And he kicked it out of bounds. And it'll be a free kick to the Hawks.
That's very unusual because usually you only see the umpires play that in the last.
And now there's a free kick down the goal square. So there's push and shove, bit of verbal, whatever it is. Boronia will get a free kick from point blank range, and from the shot that was going to be 50 on the boundary is now a certain goal. And Robertson was, give it to me, please, I'll have this. He's going for his third.
Well,
and it's another goal to the Hawks. So from really being behind in the contest, they've now won the quarter so far. It is their 5th goal on the board, 6th goal on the board, 3rd for Robertson, 6-3-39. It's only a 14-point margin now. North Ringwood 8-5-53.
Well, they've gone actually from a potential out in the full to a point to a goal. That's a 12-point turnaround there.
Yep.
So it's only 14 points and just starting to get a bit more control through the middle of the ground as well. They've had the last couple of clearances.
Just a shout out to the umpire. Found that probably 100 metres away too from what I was seeing here as well. So good find from that umpire.
Well, describe it, Blake, because just for the listeners, I didn't call it. So what happened in the goal square?
It was a quick motion free kick, but obviously the umpire saw that Robertson was getting hold. So I'm fortunate the hold, but
I wouldn't have terribly surprised me if Begg had a quiet word with the umpire and said, I disagreed with that decision.
Well, the umpire...
I beg to differ.
It's a hard
Exactly.
one. And they're still going at it for some afters as well, these two, in the goal square.
Well, there you go, as we're back in the middle. So 28, almost 29 minutes gone in this second term. Is there one more goal left in it? 14 points. The Hawks will take that. It has felt like North Ringwood for the majority of this game has had more play and more control and looked the better side. Begg out of the ruck. He slipped over but still got his handball off in time to Fenton. Spun around in the tackle. Stolen away by Fairchild. Fairchild to White. The kick was smothered and it might come back the other way, but it's picked up by Fairchild once again, who has White out by himself. Gets through the tackle. Gets the kick inside 50. It's cut off here by the Saints as they go down the line. Out the back, Van Noonen's there, but it's picked up by Wex on the run. He's kicked into Braunthal. Braunthal got the handball off. Now they move this forward through Leach, who gets through one, gets through a couple, and then he's
caught.
Yeah.
So through the ball. That Daniel Wex, who's run down in the opposite 26.
So Boronia might want to hold from time. And how many times have they kicked in the man of the mark? Collins again. So it's about 4 times by my count this quarter, but to no damage because it's a holding ball decision that will go the way of Boronia. So it's take 2, but a different player. So Fairchild goes through the middle, on the offhands, goes to the Hawks, and now they're getting inside 50 late in the half, but chopping it off and now running with the flight of the ball. Go the Saints. Flynn was in there. His pass, well, I'm not sure where it was trying to go to, so the Hawks trying to set up, rush the ball long. Robertson in good position, late to the party. Ground level, Duke tries to hand it off to Burgess. He doesn't have the pace to get onto it, and the pace is with North Ringwood, but they're just bombing out, hoping for the best. Hawks setting up nicely at off half-back. Kick across ground to Flanagan. Flanagan, does he have a sense of urgency? Goes through the middle. Yes, he does. Hannon spoiled by 1, and now ground level, Braunfeld just kicks it to the outer ring. He's hoping Liverpool Road. He's trying to kick it that far, but it doesn't get there. So Boronia can't get onto it. Siren sounds, and North Ringwood hang on in that passage of play. It's half-time here at Pinks Reserve Kilsyth. Now they're fired up in this Division One Elimination Final. Boronia 6-3-39, trailing by 14 points. North Ringwood 8-5-53. We'll just go through the goals before closing off. The goal kickers for North Ringwood: Livingstone 2, 1 each to Fenton, Flynn, Dunn, Cantwell, Van Unen and Stubbs. And for Matt Clark's Boronia, it's Ben Robertson 3, Hare, Hannon, Luke Hannon and Mitch Mallis have got a goal. So what was drifting away from Boronia is now a bit of a contest at half-time in the Elimination Final Division 1. It's North Ringwood leading 8-5-53 to Boronia 6-3-39. You're listening on 98.1 Radio Eastern and through Facebook and YouTube. Join us again when we come back for the second half.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, the preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome to the halftime show for the Eastland. This is the match of the round played out here at Pinks Reserve between Boronia and North Ringwood. North Ringwood take a strong lead heading into halftime. They lead 8-5-53 to Boronia 6-4-40. It is halftime. My name is Blake Tennant. I'm joined here by Ray Baird. And Ray, it's unheard of that with what we've seen from Boronia in the last couple of years. Obviously very successful, but it's just not looking like a Boronia game today, isn't it, Ray?
Yeah, no, it is not. And a lot of that reason, I think, Blake, is because of the pressure and tackling in that first quarter in particular by North Ringwood really upset Boronia. And also the entries of Boronia into that forward 50 in that first quarter, they weren't up to standard of what Boronia. Quarter and a half, really, go to North Ringwood. But towards the end of that quarter, it just momentum changed a little bit. A couple of umpiring decisions and all that went one way, to Boronia's way, and you take advantage of that. And now they're back in. Boronia actually kicked 5 goals, 1 for that quarter to 4 goals, 2.
Yep.
You know, the thing was, up until those last double-header goals there to Boronia, they got 2 straight away, both for umpiring decisions, which are fair enough. But prior to that, North Ringwood were able to answer straight away every goal that Boronia got in that quarter.
Kind of agree, but do you feel like as well, Ray, and I want to ask you this one, do you feel like North Ringwood have taken away Boronia's run and carry? I think they've really only had maybe 1 or 2 examples of that today. We've seen that heavily across watching Boronia play, but do you feel like North Ringwood are definitely taking out Boronia's
right
run?
away, right from the first bounce, and I predicted this at the start of the game, but why I thought North Ringwood will win this game is because of their outside run, and they ran when the ball hit the ground. They were so much quicker to the contest than what Boronia were, and Big Aiden Begg in the ruck.
Oh, he's been nice.
And not only in the ruck, but his intercept marks are bringing other
players.
Pressure. And Aaron Fenton there he's also getting a lot of that ruck work to advantage of the North Ringwood side.
Couldn't agree more. We might go through some scores, Ray, as well. I've got I believe it's a halftime score down at Jubilee Park. It's 36-21. And what's going on here?
Someone coming off the ground on the stretcher.
Stubbs,
is it? Yeah.
Stubbs.
When they took a mark down here right in front of us and come down very awkwardly and took a long time to get up, and I think it looked like an ankle injury at the time. We'll have to verify that.
Yeah, I'll ask the hard-hitting questions as I usually do. So that's going to be a big out for North Ringwood because I'll be one down, of course, Ray. Half-time at Jubilee Park, Scoresby 36 to Upper Gully 21. That's your half-time score. Scores hasn't been updated since. You're hearing this game, of course, on the Eastland match of the day. Mulgrave, now, this is a bit of a surprise, Ray. 42 to Heapmont 17, so the Jets are up there. They're up by a big margin, 35 points as we speak right now. That's your halftime score. And I think Warrandyte, they're up by 4 points over Kilsyth, 38-33 at halftime.
Well, Kilsyth got back into that game because Warrandyte jumped out of the blocks early and kicked 3 or 4 early goals there. So, but what a fantastic day it is, Blake, for football.
Oh, it is. How good is Pinks Reserve? We obviously haven't done a match of the round. I don't recall
We haven't for a long, long time.
Do you remember you've been on the media team for a long time?
Well, it's a long time since we've done a game from Pinks Reserve, that's right. But the facilities out here now, and look, this ground is something special now with the new pavilion and club rooms. You've got heaps of parking there with all the car park there where they have the basketball and the netball centres and all that. And the grounds themselves have been top dressed, and it's a fantastic finals venue. And
going to host the Div 1 Grand Finals, of course, on the Sunday in a few weeks' time as well. Ray, I'm going to give you who do you think's going to win? Do you see Boronia coming back, or do you think North Ringwood just have enough to power through and play Beaconsfield next
Look,
week.
I'm sticking with my prediction. At the start of the game, I thought North Ringwood would win because of that outside run, and I went for 3 goals. I'm still sticking with North Ringwood, but I think maybe the margin might be a little bit closer. Well, I'll drop that down to 2 goals. I just think that they've got enough all over the ground, apart from that run, the intercept marking, and the way that they clear the ball out of their defensive 50, at the moment anyway, is far more superior than what Boronia's is.
Yeah, I tipped Boronia at the start of the day, but I think I'm going to change my tip. I don't know if you can change your tip.
Stick with them, mate. Stick with them.
No,
No.
I'm going. I think North Ringwood will win this game. I can't see
No,
Boronia.
you can't change, Blake. It's written down in black and white.
That's not a tip, that's a prediction.
But I tipped Boronia, as I said, but I just can't see, unfortunately, Boronia, winning this game. And it's gonna be a hell of a rise if Boronia want to win this game of footy, but they could use the advantage of, North Ringwood will have 3 players on the bench as well, with Tom Stubbs coming down on the bench as well. So we might do it for half-time here at Pinks Reserve. Currently on the Eastland match of the round, it's Boronia 6-4-40 to North Ringwood 8-5-53. We'll be back with the call team straight after this.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year, to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Boronia Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Pinks Reserve, where we are half-time of the 2025 Men's Division One Elimination Final between North Ringwood and Boronia. And the scores at half-time: Boronia 6-4-40, trailing North Ringwood 8-5-53. And joining me also at the moment, Paul Laconi. Paul, what are your thoughts on the first half so far?
Yeah, it was a great start by North Ringwood, but Boronia later in that second half of that second quarter, start to get right back into the contest.
Yeah, look, at the game at the moment, I think he's up for grabs. At North Ringwood, they jumped out of the blocks, as we said, in the first quarter. Their outside run has really been a trouble to what Boronia have got to do today. Boronia also, their ball handling today, they're getting the kick smothered. They're not hitting their targets. It's not the usual style of play that we see from Boronia, but I believe, Paul, a lot of that's because of the pressure that North Ringwood are applying.
Yeah, their pressure's been absolutely superb. They haven't given them a lot of space to have that clean disposal, but early on we saw North Ringwood got off to a hot start, but it was all goal for goal, and then Boronia got a couple in a row. But I think Boronia just need to clean up their disposal a bit more, and they'll be right back in this contest.
Yeah, the game's not over, that's for sure. In that second quarter there, Boronia, every time Boronia got a goal, North Ringwood were able to answer it straight away, except for right towards the end of the quarter, they got 2 goals from the one play there because of some umpiring decisions. That's fair enough as well. But look, a big crowd out here at Pinks Reserve, and I must say that it's the first time we've had finals out here, men's finals that is, particularly in Division One out at Pinks Reserves here, and it's absolutely magnificent. The weather gods are shining on us today. A great day for football. A huge crowd, which we're just waiting to clear from the ground at the moment. And also now just sitting down, joining us again for the second half. Welcome back to you, Wayne Brasher.
Thank you, Ray and Paul. And interestingly, second half, I think, have Boronia in your opinion, I was just having a bit of a think as I was walking up, have North Ringwood fired their best shot, and Boronia still got a bit left to give?
I don't think they've fired. Well, they fired their best shot, but I think there's still more bullets in the bloody gun, mate. Because the way they're playing at the moment, I can't really see Boronia getting back into it unless they have to improve 100%, in my opinion, to even get back into this game. You've got to realise that what are they, for 15 points or so down at the moment, but they've got to score the first goal in possibly the first 2 goals of the quarter to really get level, and then I would say yes, North Ringwood could be challenged.
Something that may or may not be considered the elephant in the room, and that they are 1 point better off, because unfortunately for us, Brash was actually correct.
Sorry, Brash. Sorry, Brash.
I just saw him sign a form to join the umpires next year because. Yeah, but we used to call Brad Henderson, the accurate one. We might have to change that to Bracker. Brasher would be sometimes the accurate one.
Sometimes. I think it'll be 28 minutes. 32 minutes later.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, look, I still think that. I still think it's going to be very. I think the first 10 minutes is going to be where the game could be won and lost, and I say could, and that's only because I think both sides have probably still got a little bit left to give.
Yeah.
So we're ready to go. Third term underway out at Pinks Reserve. Out of the middle, Cantwell wrapped up, throwing the ball. There'll be a free kick here to the Hawks, who'll move this quickly now. Fairchild sending Boronia into attack first. Robertson one-on-one. Mellis is there. Ham all over the top. It was cut off there by the Saints as they look to get this one out through White. Then towards the boundary side. Happy to see that one over.
It'd be good to get some word on Stubbs there, because in his injury in the second term, he actually had to be carried off by stretcher.
I'd say that would be his afternoon done.
Yeah, 100% that. Hopefully it's not severe damage. White gets it out of the middle. How do they go through the Saints, sharing it around? Hand pass receive again. Weiss, he went twice, and now he gets it off to the runner. Long ball. Saints in good position at the fall of the ball, but the numbers are with Boronia. Head down, Burgess copped it. As not Burgess, just trying to...
Yeah, it is Burgess.
It is Burgess,
yep.
He put his head down, and he almost said, try to tackle me.
Yeah.
Because he was so bent over that if you try to grab him, he was going to get his head into it.
The thing was, there was no power on the hand pass to him, so he had to lean forward for it.
Yeah. So it's even the tackler is not too well off in Patterson.
Yeah.
because he's got a hard head as Burgess. And he, like a Rhino battering ram.
Yeah.
But, it's a free kick to Burgess. He's going off the ground injured. Patterson is clearly winded, and he got the free kick against him. So the Hawks hold up in defence. Long ball to Collins in good position, but he didn't get to the marking contest, and Wright stood in front of him, took the mark.
That was a great mark by Rice, because he was in the contest, and he thought, no, I'm not going for it. Then he realised he was the only one there. So,
well, Braunful, one of the shortest guys, he was the hit-up target in the middle of a lot of Hawks, didn't take the mark in the end. Hand pass received, Hannon on the end gets it out wide, and the Hawks get out of trouble again. But this is where, on half-back, they like to hold ball, look at pass, try to hit pass. Hasn't worked as effectively as they desired in the first half. Long ball now down the outer side. Hand pass inboard, trying to get it running. Not yet taken by Stanley. In there and out, his hands was White. Fairchild hands it off to a runner, and now they'll go through Hannon. Luke Hannon finds an option, running with the flight of the ball and towards the goals. Nicely taken by Edwards. So with all the hard work it was with trying to share it around, the Hawks finally get a mark inside 50 for Luke Hannon's pass to Edwards. So he's in the pocket 30 metres out. He's looking to do around the corner, standing, looking inboard, and he'll kick it on the right foot in the pocket around the corner. Stevie J style. Everyone does it now. Edwards from 30 metres out, hooks it around. It's a pearler. He judged it perfectly, and he knew what he was doing, did Edwards, and the gap has closed. So for all the dismissal of the efforts of Boronia in the last 10 minutes of the second term, and now getting the first goal of this quarter, they're back within range, and it's game on in the elimination final, Division 1. 7-4-46 Boronia, North Ringwood 8-5-53.
Well, like we said, that the first half just didn't go to plan to them, but they came in just 14 points down. So that first goal was always going to be important for the Hawks, and now they've ticked that box. It just puts them in a very good spot.
It was scrambling the way they got the ball actually into the centre of the ground, but it all counts is that they got the goal in the end.
And the goals are coming freely, so you certainly could see quite a fair bit in that second half happening.
This could end up being an old-fashioned shootout here.
Absolutely is. We're back in the middle once again. Rice got the handball off, and now they go in the direction of Braunthal. Chasing this one first is Flynn. Had an option there in Mooney. Goes back as they put this one towards goal. It's a one-on-one in the goal square, and that may have just been able to shepherd that through. What a finish there from the Saints. That was Harry Flynn.
Yeah, Harry Flynn.
And the shepherd on the goal line was a fantastic piece of play there that put the Saints back to a 13-point lead.
That was a real hard-fought shepherd on the goal line, wasn't it? It wasn't just sort of stopping your opponent from getting it. They were like two bulls at it, one to try and touch it and the other one to shepherd it through. But once again, Boronia get a goal, same in the first half, and North Ringwood answer back.
Well, that's probably the thing they'll be most pleased with from a coaching perspective. They've had the response each time.
So the Saints in like Flynn there, and they got the buffer back to 13 points. Stoppage, clearance. Van Noonen was on the receive. How did he have so much room on his own? His short pass wasn't so good that he almost could follow up the kick, but he's got his teammate on the ball in Livingstone, and he pushes off all opponents and runs towards the boundary line and eventually does still kick it out of bounds on the full, missing everything on the right.
The problem with Van Noonen then, he had too many options. He was undecided which one he had to go to.
Oh, Flynn wanted the hands.
So it's in the hands of Stanley in back pocket, and he'll be Edwards on the lead, just the last goal kicker for Boronia. And his kick, well, it's close to the line. Mark taken by Lake, and it is a mark. And there's a lot of North Ringwood supporters suggesting otherwise, but they don't have a whistle, so it doesn't matter. Fairchild's got it. Transition, they go from one pocket to the other with Fairchild's kick. Hand pass received from Robertson on the Edwards on the run. And his kick is smothered. Another smother off the kicker again by North Ringwood. The hand pass is a looping one in the corridor. Nearly pays off. Cantwell's in amongst it. Ball across ground might be dangerous against the North Ringwood. Good fight and harassment for the ball. Well done there by Waller. Waller, good contest work, gets a hand pass forward. Now North Ringwood are sniffing the options. Rice picks it up, drops it as soon as he looked at goals. So Boronia trying to get it out. Hannon's normally good under pressure, but he's just dribbled it off his foot. Now the quick kick forward by Leach, and it's going to fall their way for the Saints. Mark inside 50. So with all the disputed ball dropping off, it's a mark, and now shot at goal. On the run, he's got a goal, and he's now running to the crowd and his teammates to celebrate, and a beautiful effort by Patterson. Patterson gets his first for the day, and just as we were talking about Boronia kicking the last three to close the gap, North Ringwood with 2 now lead by 19, 10-5-65, leading Boronia 7-4-46.
Well, go on, yeah. I'm just going to say, is this North Ringwood putting their stake in the ground here?
It is, Brash. Yep.
In Division 2, Mulgrave 7-12-54 to Heathmont 2-6-18.
Yeah.
In Division...
That's because Ray tipped him.
In Div 3, Scoresby 6-6-42 to Upper Gully 4-6-30 and... Sorry, Ron.
We'll come back to it in just a second as the ball goes forward here for the Hawks. Hannon around this, both Hannons that is, but Riley White here for the Saints to put them towards their half-forward line. Out the back, the mark was taken, and Flynn can run into another goal for the Saints, and he runs straight to the crowd and fires them up. That's another one for North Ringwood. He's third. North Ringwood 11-5-71. Get a bit of a break over Boronia 7-4-46, and that final score there from Division 4, Paul.
And Division 4, Warrandyte 8-2-50 to Kilsyth 6-11-47.
So a tight one there.
I'll tell you what, boys, if we thought North Ringwood were up and about in that first quarter, they are up higher and more about in this third quarter.
How good's Harry Flynn been?
Oh, that was fantastic play by Flynn then.
He's looking very dangerous.
But once again, the ball was rebound from the half-back line.
Yeah. If they get their hands on it, they're very dangerous, hard North Ringwood. But this time it's Mitch Mallis getting the clearance out of the centre. He goes to centre half forward. North Ringwood, if they can get their hands on it, they're just trying to push it forward. Edwards picks it up off the deck, now kicks it long, hoping his tall forward was in position, but behind his player was Fairchild, so it's another defensive mark.
He's been
for the
good
Saints
all day too, Fairchild.
Bouncing ball on the run will go Walker. Takes it nicely on the bounce. Skips away from all opponents. Great spoiling effort by Godwin. Godwin gets through congestion. Hands it off to the teammate in Dower. Dower looks inboard. Goes to centre forward. Misses a target. Late to the party Burgess. And he was happy that his opponent dropped the ball and allowed him to create a ball up.
Yeah. Taylor in the middle of the ground looks like he's got a bad shoulder there.
Saints again winning it out of the ruck contest. They share it around. Van Uden might be on the end of it on the wing. Got plenty of room. He dodges inside, pushes off Mallis. Then he's got his pass. Well, it's a bit of a soft touch on the boot, but falls away of Mooney. Mooney under a heap of pressure, hands it off to a teammate. Long ball now, 1v1. Saints trying to get out the back. Now jumping onto it. He will get it, Flynn. Flynn for 4. Yes! He says, and a double fist pump to the faithful in the pocket, and they are on fire, the Saints. Just when they had a rocket with a goal early against them, they've kicked 4 in a row and they skip away to a 31-point lead.
And 3 goals to Harry Flynn this quarter.
Yeah, what a performance on the big stage. He's stepping up big time.
Yeah. They isolated with a one-on-one contest.
Yeah.
Flynn didn't want to take the mark. He's happy on ground level. Yeah. And once he was in and about, it was a goal. And it's only 10 minutes in this quarter. We had 5 goals.
Well, that's how quickly both sides can score, particularly with North Ringwood the way they've gone this quarter. Right?
And now North Ringwood are not worried the ball goes down the back fifth because they rebound it so quickly.
So Mellis in the middle wrapped up. We'll get a ball up.
Boronia now facing their moment of truth.
Well, 31 points.
It's going to be a big ask, and they're not playing well enough. They don't have enough forward options.
We're just going to have a look at Taylor as well throughout this quarter because did look like he was holding that shoulder pretty badly.
Yeah.
So they've already one down on the bench. Dower got the hands off now. Edwards inside 50 here for the Hawks. Fairchild in amongst 2 Saints. Ball hits the deck. Collins, handball over the top. Running into an open goal is Robertson. And Robertson's got 4 for the 3rd time against the Saints this season.
Well, they had to respond quickly.
Yeah, they certainly did as Robertson gets his 4th.
I'll tell you what, Wayne Brashy, you found him a point in that first half. You've got to find him another 5 goals, mate, somewhere.
So give credit to the Hawks here that they're fighting on. They might not be winning every clearance.
They have not thrown in the towel.
No, they haven't, and they won't.
The groundlet Begg takes it out of the ruck, tries to bulldoze his way forward, but he was tackled. Flanagan was good in tight. Now the Hawks off backline through Mitch Mallis, looping hand pass over the top. They're trying to run forward to the contest. Hare took on the tackler, disposed of it. Begg gives the high 10 to his teammate and says, well tackled. Free kick to the Saints, and it's in the hands of Sandilands. Sandilands goes across ground on the bounce. Terrible kick at centre half back. You got to hit your target if you're going to go short and walk in the corridor. And Sandilands had to come over and pat his teammate on the head and say, thanks for rescuing me. It's another ball up, centre forward for Boronia. Kick the last goal. Begg imposing as all day has he been. Edwards in and about it, takes the tackle.
But
and it'll be a ball up again.
But to be fair to North Ringwood, at no stage really does Boronia actually look like that they're going to win this contest. You know what I'm saying? What I'm trying to say is North Ringwood are dictating the terms like they did in that Montrose game.
And leading the way is Begg. The big ruckman knows he's the most imposing person there. Third time in a row he takes it out of the ruck, kicks it. Mark, we're not paid because it was only 8 metres further away. So the tackle disposes, and now Boronia go forward. They've got a marker. Now, is that Hannon handing it off? Now Boronia having a flying shot at goal, missing to the left, and it's haphazard. But the quick go forward is a miss to Boronia. 8-5-53 Boronia, trail by 24 points. North Ringwood 12-5-77. 13 minutes gone, and it's been electric, really.
Yep.
First goal to Boronia, and then 4 in quick reply, and Boronia getting another. It's goal, goal, goal.
Well, I think that's why, although it's the 4 to 5 goal margin, there is obviously such a high scoring game that it doesn't feel like it's as significant as what it would be on a normal Saturday afternoon. So down the line it goes. Van Noonan couldn't quite take the mark. Free kick here for North Ringwood. Fenton looked like he might take the advantage. He'll come back though.
Chop the arms in the marking contest.
So Van Noonan in possession of the football in front of the final series Division One banner on the far side. Out here at Pink's Reserve, just maintaining possession of the football here are the Saints as they go back once again. And they'll just control this. 13 come out to 14 minutes going into the third term. 12-5-77 North Ringwood, 8-5-53 Boronia towards the middle of the ground. Fairchild, first to run onto this one. Smart kick forward to find Hare, can't quite control it, picked up by Vag, and then Hare wraps him up. So we'll get a ball up just inside the forward 50 here for the Hawks.
That switch then by North Ringwood, to me, that was not good. If they've gone defensive with that switch. You keep attacking and go down the line.
That's right, just 4 goals in it at the moment. Yep. Tapped down by Collins. Here's Walker for the Saints. And bounces across the line. So we'll get a boundary throw in right in front of us. 14.5 minutes gone in this third term.
Yeah, Ray, I reckon the short pass in the corridor has got to be for the next kick.
Exactly
if
right.
it's not going to allow anything to happen, don't do it.
Yeah. Particularly when you're winning the quarter the way they are. You keep attacking. Go down the line.
So we'll get a boundary throw in. Begg versus Hannon for this one. Tapped down by Begg. Fenton's there for the Saints. He's wrapped up by White, and that's holding the ball. Mellis will take the advantage. Mellis is off towards the half-forward line. Got an option forward in Collins. Collins short kick into the pocket there. Robertson got the handball off to Fairchild. Fairchild off the right boot. Centres this one. Is there a mark sport from behind? There's Hare in the right position, but has missed to the right. So a minor score to the Hawks. 8-6-54 to North Ringwood. 12-5-77, 15 minutes into this third term.
I think Collins is trying to be a little bit too cute and try and pinpoint the pass rather than kicking the ball into the and respecting the lead.
Yeah, but Brash, he hasn't had a lot of football in that second quarter. He was brilliant in the first quarter, but he went out of it in that second quarter.
Waller going close to the line out wide. Van Noonan led the way. Got pushed in the back as he tried to take the marker. It was called a sport over the shoulder.
Yep.
Any way you look at it, it was an impediment,
free
kick against Boronia. So Van Noonan has got a short on if he can caress it to Fenton. He's a bit of a finesser with the kick, and again he finesses it to Vag. So they're looking around. It's a stop-start play for North Ringwood. They've normally been a bit more electric when they're going well, and the kick down the line has been chopped off read well by Gus Baroni. So he looks at options. Got a short or two on the wing, but half forward they're setting up for a high contest. Where were the leapers coming from? Push and shove, and coming into the contest was Duke. Duke from centre forward now gets the ball in towards Robertson, but there's a man in front. Yeah. Well read by North Ringwood. They've been good at that all day, having an intercept marker. So that's smart play when Boronia do like to hit up leading options. Sharing it around to defence. No one, well, there's a lot of space. Hand pass received was meant to be Flynn, but it's been not given, so they try to go long, chopped off. Boronia in the middle of Pink's reserve. It's in the hands of Church. A long ball, 3-on-3 contest, ground level. Collins in there about, forced into a quick hand pass out. Flying shot at goal will not result on anything, and it bounces and dribbles out of bounds. So Boronia just trying to get inside 50 and hoping that it's either a mark or something comes of it. And North Ringwood, they're not as electric off half back as they were in recent times. Ball in. Collins trying to wrestle, so he really didn't win the ruck contest, and the Saints pounce. Even a bounce. I think this is the first bounce, and there's two goes at it. Running out of defence. Long ball now marked at centre forward. Well, is that spoil and knockout of the hands of Livingstone? 25 not paid, quick inside. They've really rushed themselves lately, North Ringwood, and it's been chopped off as Boronia set up well. Kick out wide to Mitch Mallis in back pocket. And maybe the Heat might get involved in this game. Bit of lethargy, bit of raggedness sort of coming into this game.
It'll certainly be interesting to see as the game continues going into that fourth quarter. Collins finds a footy right in front of us on the broadcast side of the ground out here at Pink's Reserve. Has White as his first option. Oh, Chompers.
Pearly Whites.
Pearly Whites as he goes down the line. Sport from Begg off to Fenton. Fenton will send it back in the direction of Rice. Getting in front, Mitch Mellis doing well to spoil that. Didn't quite get it across the line though. It's kept alive here from the Saints. Inside 50 through Leach. Picked up by Mellis. Burgess now looks to change direction and switch this across the other side of the field. It's Jamison for the Hawks. Off to Lake.
How's the glare off the bonnet of the car affecting you?
It's certainly difficult as Godwin takes the mark on the outer side. We'll go to the score centre in just a moment as Godwin had White. Decides to go inbound and find Dower. That's a great kick in the middle of the ground. He'll look now to switch it towards Flanagan. So Luke Flanagan takes on his opponent, takes a bounce. Smart kick forward. Collins in front position. Couldn't quite bring it to ground. It was picked up by Fenton who got it off to Vag. And now the Saints are off. Right in front of us here is Rice. Taking the mark on the chest. Kieran Rice towards centre half forward. Just over the top of his intended target. Almost stolen away there. But it's picked up by Flynn. Flynn towards the full forward position. It's a one-on-one contest. What a mark. One-handed. Was in perfect position. Used his body well. And Luke Patterson can go back and kick goal number 2. And extend this margin back out to a pretty comfortable 29 points.
Yeah, that was well done there by Patterson. Just outmanoeuvred his opponent there very nicely.
Perfect body work.
Luke Patterson for goal number 2 for the Saints. And the margin is back out to 29 points. 13-5, 83 to 8-6, 20 minutes gone third term. And in the score centre, we've got an update.
In Div 2, Mulgrave 7-15, 57 to Heathmont 3, 8-26. In Div 3, Scoresby 8-9, 57 to Upper Gully 4, 7-31. And in Div 4, Kilsyth 8-14, 62 to Warrandyte 9-2, 56.
The two players who have got the ball up there to allow Patterson kick that goal, Rice and Flynn, they have really lifted in this quarter.
Yeah, they have.
They have. They've really had a lot of the football.
Rice has been good for the majority of the game, though, Ray.
Yeah, true, Brash.
Rucks go at it. Hannon wanted to jump in. Begg outsmarted him, got out of his way, then went for the ball, took it out of the ruck contest again like he likes to do. Gets on the bobble volleyball, and he has to be taken down. And
I was looking for the sand. I thought it might have been beach volleyball.
There was no spikes, no whatever they call it. But we're playing football, and it's in the middle of Pinks Reserve.
It's a dig.
Dig, that's what I was searching for. But there was a lot of pushes, but no kill.
I've been really impressed with Begg's game this afternoon.
Yeah, he's been good, Brash.
Begg tries to run in and take out his opponent, and then he goes in and he dives on the ball. So he's doing everything. If the ball's in his area, he is not.
He's a ruckman, but he's also playing like a midfielder.
Yeah, he's a definite ruck rover.
Yeah.
The old follower.
Yes. He's following it around. This time he gets it down. Hand pass by Stubbs, and Rice involved, and it can't be extracted out for the Saints' benefit. Vag was the receiver that couldn't get out of a tackle. So Boronia in tough. They need to get the next goal, though. They trail by 29 points. 83 plays 54. Now it's Vag getting out of the clearance. Goes over the top of Livingstone on the bouncing ball. Here he is again. Flynn, he's dodging shadows. Not only opponents, he's dodging his own shadow. This time he hand passes backwards, so he won't have a shot at goal. Long ball in great position. Mark taken for the Saints.
Maybe Harry Flynn's afraid of his own shadow, Gav.
Davidson, I think, is on the end of that. Takes a nice grab. He could see him coming from a mile away. The ball was well flighted, and everyone was looking at each other. And the only one looking at the ball was Davidson, and it outstretched his arms, and he takes a good mark.
Well, Gav Casey, you're giving Flynn a new nickname. He's the shadow dodger, mate.
Tell you what, it's going to make it hard for Boronia if they pop this one through here, North Ringwood.
Flynn was looking for an exit left and right, couldn't get out of it, and he's had to hand it off. The mark eventually taken by Davidson. 40 metres out. That is as straight as a kick can be, and that is another goal to the Saints. And you can hear the fans, they're loving it. 14-5, 89, North Ringwood leaving Boronia 8-6-54. 23 minutes gone in the third term. That is the sixth goal for them this term.
Yeah, they really dominated right from the very first bounce after half-time. They've really dominated it.
They've come out well because after that first goal from the Hawks, which I think was their third in a row, since then they've had full control of this game, and 35 points the margin.
Well, they've got good players all over the ground. You look at their back six, they've been dominant. They go forward, they've got players everywhere.
So back in the middle again. What have the Hawks got left? Approaching potentially their last quarter of the 2025 season. Just got to love the way that Harry Flynn's playing.
Yep.
It's been
part-time dancer.
Part-time dancer. He's kicked the 4 goals, 3 in this quarter. We've got a push here, and it's going the way of North Ringwood, so we'll bring it back. And it will come back into just working out who's going to take the kick. It will be Luke Patterson.
Behind the mark, he had to go.
So Patterson just overdid the kick. In fact, it worked out all right because Livingston was out the back. Maybe that was the intended target, and there's Taylor. Forced to play on, snapped onto the right towards the top of the square. A lot of pressure here for Church, who's wrapped up, and that will be holding the ball.
It looked like he was almost going to force it like backwards through the goals anyway, just for protection, and he got done.
And there's the last goal kicker in Davidson. He'll be going back for another one. 2 in a couple of minutes.
That's a good tackle by Davidson. He never gave up on the contest there.
Grabbed his arms as well.
So Taylor Davidson to extend the margin out to 41 points ahead of the three-quarter time siren. Davidson, you'll hear the crowd. And it was touched, and that's why he didn't hear the crowd.
You heard him. There was a big sigh of disappointment.
So 14-6-90. North Ringwood Boronia 8-6-54.
There's a bit of mystery about the man on the mark and how they stand right in front of you. You've got to kick over them. And the kick out goes long, and Boronia do take a mark. They're trying to get it running. Edwards has to stand still before he looks at the next option, goes out wider. Now they're trying to run Boronia. You haven't seen much of this from them today. On the outer side, trying to push off was Gasparoni, and he ran out of room, and it's out of bounds. They're trying to use the full width of Pinks Reserve, but it's just not working out for them from half-back. Boronia. It's on the outer side, Liverpool Road wing. Rucks go at it. This time it's Patterson who did the ruck duties for North Ringwood, and ground level it goes again after the ruck contest, and it'll be a ball up, and there's a bit of pushing around.
Yeah, a bit of youthful exuberance there.
Hair was up there amongst it.
How do you do?
So this time, is it Fairchild and... No, there's Fairchild and Rice who are grappling, and an umpire seed something. It's going to be a card.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. The how do you do? I could see that from my side.
It's a North Ringwood card against player
Ben
Sanderlands.
Ben
Sanderlands did something to Mitch Mallis, and the umpire was looking directly at it and said, we're not tolerating that.
To me, it just looked like a bit of shirt fronting, but obviously...
He gave him a jab, I reckon.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
He's pushed it right in.
It's fair by the umpire. If you can feel some tension growing, just take some heat out of it. Kick goes forward, ground level. It's Rice, and he wins his way first to the ball, but he pushes it over the line just because he knows that'll help him out for now. As Boronia would love to take more marks inside 50. Their best option's Robertson with 4 goals, but he plays very deep. So with the next kick 40 metres out, will go the way of Boronia in the ruck contest, and I think that's Collins getting up. He was held without it. So Collins from 40 metres out, and if you talk about much needed goals, this is at the top of the charts.
I know I've been critical with Collins and his disposal, but he's probably been Boronia's best player.
Yeah, he'd be up there, Brad, because his first quarter was probably put him up there.
He's not looking at a handpass off. He's going to have he's putting the responsibility on himself. Here's Collins. Late in this third term, can Boronia get a goal? So late that the siren blows to end it, and just as it trails off to miss to the right, and that's a minor score. We'll get that on the board for sure. Thanks, Brasher. And it's a 8-7-55 Boronia.
I didn't even press the button and it just appeared. Brash must already be in control.
So Boronia 8-7-55, trailing by 35 at three-quarter time. North Ringwood 14-6-90. It was a 6 goals to 2 quarter in favour of the Saints. So three-quarter time, 90 plays 55. We've got the fourth quarter to come. We'll have a break. You're tuned in to 98.1 Radio Eastern, or you might be tuning in to Facebook or YouTube. Join us again soon for quarter 4.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Pink's Reserve, a Division One Elimination Final between Boronia and North Ringwood. And at three-quarter time, it is the Saints 14-6-90 leading the Hawks 8-7-55. They are 35 points up, and they are 1 quarter away from moving on to a semi-final to play at Beaconsfield. We've got 1 quarter left to play, and we'll hear from Matt Price in Ray. What is a massive huddle out there. You can see the support for North Ringwood. Won 2 premierships yesterday. They had the senior women's win a flag, the veterans win a flag. So a lot of support down here today to cap off a big weekend.
I'll tell you what, if I was ever going to rub a bank in North Ringwood, I think I'd go and do it now because there can't be many people left in North Ringwood. They're all over here.
I'm glad we've got that on record. If there is anything robbed in North Ringwood, we know who it was.
I certainly saw the women's. The winning women's team down there with their medals and everything earlier.
I'd say there'd be a lot of people feeling a bit dusty.
Dusty
out there.
Silly Saturday
I'll
on a
tell you
Sunday.
what though, look, you've got to also realise now North Ringwood are going to be too short on the bench because one player's off injured and another one is blocked for the yellow card, and he only went off 3 minutes before three-quarter time. So he's going to be off. So whether or not they can exploit the bench as well for a quarter.
Yeah.
But the thing is though, I mean 35 points. Right, in the terms of the game, I think really, Ray, if North Ringwood can control the tempo for the opening 10 to 12 minutes,
game over.
It's game done.
That's right. We're going to go to the scores and what's happening around the other grounds in the finals, Paul?
Yeah, in Div 2, Mulgrave lead 8-17-65 to Heathmont 4-8-32. In Div 3, Scoresby 8-11-59 to Upper Gully 4-8-32.
That looks done.
And in Div 4, Kilsyth 8-14-62 to Warrandyte 9-3-57.
Down to the boundary of Blake Tennant.
Yeah, it's just down. Price. You touched on 30 minutes to go. That's all the message was. What was the key message again for that one?
Oh, look, we were really good in that quarter. They threw everything at us for 10 minutes. And we just felt that we just got to be able to play at the quarter much better. It is 30 minutes of footy, but for us it's more about just playing out the game, playing it for longer. We're young, we're fit. Can we get through 120 minutes of finals footy and build into next week?
Did you feel like the midfield got on top big time in that third quarter?
Yeah, we were able to. For some reason, we were able to bit of ball security through contests, and then absolutely getting away from clearance in that second half of that quarter, and then that allowed us to hit the scoreboard. So. Big last quarter coming up, and we're just going to win around this contest.
No worries. Enjoy the last quarter, Pricey.
See, the jobs are going to be very difficult for Boronia because they've got to outscore North Ringwood, by 8 goals for the quarter, basically. So if North Ringwood can snare one even 1 goal at some stage during the quarter, I think it'll still be a bridge too far.
Yeah, they haven't played a lot of tempo today, North Ringwood. I think they back themselves that they can pounce on a loose ball and inject themselves even from deep in their own defence. They can smart, get it up the other end and put a heap of pressure on Boronia.
But Boronia are not getting enough run. They're not running the ball, from their back line through the lines. It's not there today.
And Brash, even if Boronia do get a run on straight away in this quarter, all North Ringwood have to do is slow the game down.
That's exactly right.
It's a hot day relatively when you think what we're used to, 13, 14, it's 20 today. I know I'm not moving and I can tell it's hot.
I am sunburnt. I am singeing.
Well, I went down there at half time and it is warm out on ground level. So the final quarter out here at Pink's Reserve, Boronia versus North Ringwood. North Ringwood 35 points up at the final change, and there's a free kick going the way of the Saints through Aaron Fenton, the skipper of the side.
He's been very good at the stoppages.
So here he is, Fenton, who goes inside 50. In front position to take the mark was Jake Godwin for the Hawks. 20 seconds into this last quarter. In fact, it was Corey Burgess.
Pushed out.
Pushed out, so the free kick going the way of Burgess, who could pass it off to Godwin, and he does. At centre half back here for the Hawks.
Bit of justice.
Yes, he did take the mark. It was a pretty good mark as he goes down looking for Lake, who's got a couple to compete with. The handball from Patterson got off to Braunthal. Braunthal off to Dunn, and Dunn loads up towards the top of the square to take the mark there, Van Noonan.
Made him earn it.
Hurt himself more, Stanley, than his opponent.
Exactly.
So pretty impressive there from the Saints. And now Jaden Van Oonen can really just about put the sealer in. I know we've said it's pretty much over, but just to extend it out to 41 points, you can officially call.
Yeah. You know what I would like, even if this goes one way, is that the Saints would march on to the next final with enthusiasm and confidence. So there's still something in the game no matter what the margin is.
100%. They'll want to finish it out strongly as Van Oonen comes in to put the Saints 41 points up.
And it also sends Beaconsfield a message too that you can't afford to take any time off or drop, because if not, we're going to pounce on you.
Well, at the moment, 15-6-96 North Ringwood to Boronia 8-7-55. I know we'll talk about that more next week, but I would back them in to beat Beaconsfield the way they're playing at the moment.
Just on Jaden Van Oonen, he's been a real workhorse over the years. He's been at North Ringwood for a long time. He went away and played at a higher level, but he came back to North Ringwood. He's been there for a long service.
Oh, he's been a great servant for North Ringwood. Like I said, he does a lot of things that he doesn't show up on a score sheet, Ray.
Begg goes the tap. Rice roved it. It was beautiful to watch, but the tackle applied holds him up for malice.
Well, I reckon there's your two best, number 3 and number 2 at the moment.
2 taps it, but he doesn't get it to 3, so 2 might go again. Begg can't get onto it, and it's Boronia trying to hang tough in the contest.
Begg hitting the ground like that, it was like a big giraffe falling over, wasn't it?
He's got so much upside, this Begg.
Yeah, he has.
And Hannon just can be second to the contest. It's not good for him as Rice wins out of the middle. Bouncing ball eludes all. Ground level, picked up by Stanley. Stanley hands off to a runner for Boronia. Can they get it from half-back and deep through Jamison? Jamison hands it over. They're trying to be a bit clever, Boronia. They just don't have the players on the receive to get any run going. And it's bobbled out and out of bounds, out of wing. So let's take a score check 3 minutes in. It's 8-7-55 Boronia, trailing North Ringwood 15-6-96. Whistle blowing in the ruck contest, and again, Begg will pick himself up. He already had the ball in his hands, but he's definitely got a big claim on it. He might just have claim for man of the match the way he's going. Long ball, he says. He puts the arm straight up. Now he kicks it long down the line, outer side, hugging the boundary, and a mark taken by Davidson. Had a great third quarter with kicking 2. Didn't have much of a first half, but he's now getting involved. He's looking at shorts. He's been called to play on because he suggested he might kick it. It's a long ball by Davidson. Who's going to mark it? Big punch out by Burgess. 20-metre punch it was, so it gets out of the immediate danger. But again, they've left the Saints just to pick up the scraps. Now in tight, flying shot at goal, has missed everything. And the Hawks, sometimes they tune out of the contest, and the Saints don't make them pay that time. It's a no-score addition, 4 minutes in, all North Ringwood in this term. They've extended their lead to 41.
So the Hawks bring this one in. Bit of pressure here on Stanley. Had time to get rid of it. Out on the far side there. Was able to get it to Duke in the corridor. And they've just got to take risks now at every chance as Luke Hannon takes the mark. In the middle of the ground here. It's up his target. So Gasparoni will load up towards the top of the square. Fairchild at the back, made a contest to it. And Riley White able to clear this one out. And they've had so much run. In fact, that's White there.
Oh, surely it's not a mark. He was standing next to him.
Yeah,
I know.
They paid it either way. 5 minutes going into this last quarter. Down the line it goes. Godwin in defence, able to take the mark here for the Hawks.
Tried hard, Godwin.
Yeah, I think he's been one of their best contributors as he goes into the corridor. Stanley up to Wex. Wex to Collins. And Collins puts this one inside 50, and a great kick and a great mark there from Fletcher Duke. He'll go back to try and kick the Hawks' 9th of the day.
Do you know what was telling about that? Small smuttering of applause. Even the Boronia fans seem resigned.
Well, I think they probably know their fate at this stage.
That's right.
But Duke put one back on the scoreboard here for Boronia. Comes in, and it just misses to the left, so a minor score there for Boronia 8-8-56, trailing North Ringwood 15-6-96. I'd say the only thing not happy about at Pink's Reserve is the sun.
Oh,
in
yeah.
my eyes, trying to see some of those names.
Yeah, it's interesting sights, and the fact that it's going on the bonnets and blaring into our eyes is quite amusing. Long ball now. Talk about transition. This is coast-to-coast footy. Brunful, if he gets it over the top, he's got Flynn all on his own in the goal square. Eventually he goes to him. Collins could get back. He took that much time. But Flynn, he's too good. Hands it off. And he can't get it to an open teammate. But Collins forgot he was there, I reckon.
He just took too long to kick it, and when he did kick it, he put too much air on it.
Yeah, well, from back, just the energy from the back line. And then they've got the up and over all the time now. So the kick goes down the corridor on the bounce, trying to claim it late. You can't claim bump balls. That's not cricket. And it's we'll go to the
third umpire.
Yeah, but no mark. And it's going to be a ball up at half-back for Boronia, no mark taken. And the Saints trying to shrug off tackles, get a high over the shoulder, and it'll be a shot at the goal out of the contest. And Taylor will take the kick at goal. Oh, sorry, this is Mooney, will take the kick at goal. And it's just reward for being first at it. Mooney at the ground level took on the tackler, and the tackler was not up to the task. So from 45 metres out, Mooney yet to kick a goal, but he's been involved in a lot. Kicks it long and straight, and it's a goal. It's getting to party time for the Saints. This will be one of their longest droughts broken in terms of a finals victory as they march on, the Saints.
They did win one a couple of years ago against Beaconsfield.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
15.
So we take out that, then yes.
Okay.
2023 was the last form.
Where did I go?
Yeah.
Have a look at North Ringwood's form. Their form before the bye was very good. They had that bye, and then all of a sudden they've come back and they had a couple of little blips. But since then, they haven't put a foot wrong.
No. I'd almost say they go in next week as favourites against Beaconsfield. I don't think they've got the right to earn that tag. Collins, as they go forward again through Rice. Braunthal, he can pick it up cleanly. Just couldn't quite do it. Vags there. He does pick it up. Stolen from him by Mellis. And the ball will be a free kick here to Vag.
Brash, what's the stat on throwing today? I reckon there's been one of the highest rates of throwing the ball free kicks against today.
Yeah, well, that's because of the tackling pressure.
It's just been outplayed by Smothers.
Yes.
I was about to say, yeah, like kicking into the man on the mark.
Yeah, that's right. Smothers.
But I've been looking at that. They're all just low. They're trying to rocket him in so fast and missing getting up and over, like you said before, Gav.
So Will Vag will line up from about 45 metres out. He comes in for another for North Ringwood. They've got 17 for the day. 17-7-109 to Boronia 8-8-56. As the margin continues to blow out, and we'll go to the score centre because we do have a update out at Walker Reserve.
Yes, we do. Mulgrave 9-18-72 to Heathmont 5-8-38. So you'd think Mulgrave are into next week. And in Division 3, same for Scoresby. They are leading 10-13-73 to Upper Gully 5-9-39. And out in Div 4, close one there. Kilsyth 9-14-68 to Warrandyte 10-5-65.
Oh, that's going to go down to the last bit, I reckon.
Taylor's got it, weaves his way out to a hand pass received. Cantwell long, bouncing ball towards the leader, but first there was Mallis. Jake Mallis hands it back to his teammate in Wex, goes backwards to the Hawks, and they're just trying to hold their form in defence. Long ball, that's maybe too wide. It's going to stay within grasp. Hannon, he's outnumbered. How clever can Luke Hannon be? Clever enough, takes the tackle on her to make him tackle him out of bounds. And that was smart by Luke Hannon because he was clearly outnumbered. Where's his teammates at the moment? He would be suggesting or saying out loud if he was such a person. I think he's one of the nice guys. Now, Hannon, his brother, just tries to take it out of the ruck because it drops short. Ground level, Hannon goes again. Tripping, says the umpire, and the Saints will get the free kick.
Tell you another player that's had a really good game this afternoon from the back pocket, mind you. Right, Cantwell hasn't done much wrong. Has hit his targets for most of the afternoon.
Rice again, recipient of the free kick, gets the kick into the forward line. They can always fall over themselves. Stubbs hand passes it off because he couldn't get on his feet. Leach hands it out, shares it out wide. Finally have a shot from left side to right. They went trying to share it, but a missed shot at goal. Another score to North Ringwood. There's a procession going for the Saints now, and it's marching towards the Canterbury Road end. 17-8-1-10. They lead by 54.
Well, it's now just a question of North Ringwood by how much. As they go forward once again, it was socket off the ground. The Hawks with the numbers here. Godwin. Can get this forward. Dower tracing that across the line. We'll get another boundary throw in.
Brash, would you name 6 players for North Ringwood before you name best for Boronia?
Yeah,
I think
probably
so.
could.
I could.
So ball back into play here. And it's going to go right across the line once again.
I got this guy at the top of the list. I got number 2 at the top of the list. I got number 10.
Is this Tats Lotto?
Yeah. It's called Lucky Dip. I got 22 up there.
I think 22 for me, Flynn. Just a match winner. So Hannon tapped over the top to Gasparoni. Fenton doing well, putting a bit of pressure on the Hawks here.
Ryan, is there a Sunday draw? Because these numbers sound fateful.
Oh, if there is, we'll get stuck into it.
Do one bingo.
There's Hannon. Tapped forward. Braunthal picked it up. Got past White. Was caught on the second tackle by Collins. And he'll look just to use the corridor and take a bit of a chance. That's a great hit. Jamison.
And your supplementary number is number 1.
And he passes it off as they go inside 50 towards the Robertson direction at ground level. Lake off to Dower.
Oh, that hardly travelled the distance.
So Dylan Dower being range here for a goal. Geez, that's looking right into the sun now.
Way back there.
Yeah, so that silence was incurred by the sun. It hasn't been much seen in Melbourne for a while.
As Dylan Dower line up for the Hawks 9th. And he has
umpire down.
Put it through.
Still
goal
signal
umpire
it.
takes a stumble.
It's a goal.
And he's back through. So 9-8-62 Boronia move. 17-8, 110 North Ringwood. Almost 14 minutes gone in this final turn rate.
Yeah, no, that's sun, Ryan. You need to take 2 steps this way, and you got the roof.
Oh, there you go.
There you go,
So
mate.
I should be fine by about 4:35.
Yeah, I know. Well, next time we come here, you know you got to move the table down that way a little bit.
I know, I'm ordering clouds.
Yeah, well, a lovely overcast, no rain day would be beautiful.
no,
that's
that's
actually
right.
better for us videoing either way.
Bit of a consolation goal there for Boronia. Can they get another? This time again, it'll be the Saints trying to break through. Was Fenton, but in his attempts to try to break free of a tackle, it went on way too long, and the free kick will go to Church.
I think Boronia need 8 consolation goals, Gav.
Sunday's usually a good day for Church, but not today, as his kick does find a teammate. And Collins, well, he misses
again.
What happened? He kicks it to the man of the mark. Now the turnover goes all the way with Patterson. Long ball and the mark taken.
They've done it all afternoon,
It's
right?
almost like a training drill, isn't it? You have to be honest. It's not good for Boronia.
No.
They are better than this. They have proved that all season, but they've certainly been outclassed today.
Yeah, there were too much. When you're making repeat mistakes, Ray, all afternoon, it's,
Cantwell has got the shot at goal. He's drifting forward just to have a bit of celebration time, but he misses the set shot. He's better on the run, or half back. So Cantwell found himself in full forward, took the mark, but no goal for North Ringwood. 17-9-1-1-1. And that's beautiful to read for North Ringwood. 9-8-62. And hard at it in the middle. Begg went at it, but it's in the hands of the Boronia player, Fairchild. Long ball. Gasparoni going to come in late. Well, he surprised he was the only one going for it. Dropped it, but got the hand pass off her teammate. And he's disappointed with himself.
Should not have
Here's
dropped that.
Gasparoni.
Heading into the 19-minute mark, it is a point the difference between Warrandyte and Kilsyth. Warrandyte 9:14.68 to Warrandyte 10:7.67.
White gets the roving ability, puts it to the left pocket instead of going towards goal, and Robertson forlornly sees it out.
Yeah, that'll be the game. Keep us all tuned on, Paul. That's the one we're looking at.
Could go extra time.
I was going to say, if that draws, they have to go extra time, yeah?
Well, that will keep our post-game busy.
Exactly.
We got anyone out there?
Not too sure. The ball brought back into play. Begg, the tap down. They look to clear this one out to the Saints. Back towards the far side. Flanagan chasing that before the boundary. And Wex sends this inside. And the mark by the Saints in defence here. So what a win this is going to be. 17-9, 111. They lead Boronia 9-8-62. 17 minutes gone in this final term. And that's a great grab there by Corey Burgess on the outer wing. But you can certainly say they're going to take a lot of confidence from this, the Saints.
My word, they will.
To next week's semi-final. Bouncing ball inside 50 here for the Hawks.
Well, the fact is that, on the ladder, they, not far away from finishing third and being in a different final. So
yeah. So, tap down again. Duke getting through traffic. Could have been Fairchild who put it up towards the top of the square. Kept alive here. There he is again. From the pocket, out of bounds on the full. So, no score there, and North Ringwood will take possession.
I think one of the benefits, for North Ringwood this year, I reckon Matt Price alluded to it. Robbie Nahas was a playing coach last year, and I think, as he said, he had to worry about his own form as well as the side. I think I'm almost ready to call the day of the playing coach is just about done at this level.
You don't often see this free kick because the mark was taken so close to line. The defender, the forward for Edwards, had to be pushed back, and he never came back to give room to the kicker White. So White goes short from 40 metres out, and they're sharing it around the back. Sanderlands had the kick sideways. So they're just going to wind this down. I reckon the Saints going backwards. Bowler.
Well, I reckon Matty Shepherd's had a fantastic bruise-free game this afternoon.
White takes a bounce. And he's got a pass, and he hits it beautifully. Well, that late ball's terrific. Great effort by Church, because Braunful was almost miming that he was taking the ball on his chest when Church came back with the flight and tapped it out of bounds. So at least you can always give Boronia credit under Matt Clark. They always fight games out. They're always trying. That's not to be underestimated. Ground level. Flynn couldn't get it. This time it's on the bounce. Gasparini takes it. His kick was a bit of a bouncing ball too, but the defence holding up again. Bit of pressure on, but the Saints are able to run it out. Bouncing with it is White. That's how casual they now got. They are running away from their opponents, taking bounces, kicking, miss-kicking. Waller gets it, goes across field. They're sharing it like there's not an opponent at the moment, the Saints. Doing it nicely. Kick around the corner, ground level ball. Fenton and Mooney have sharing it. Now they go out wide. They've kept it in hand a lot recently, have the Saints. Rice props a kick out wide, all on his own. Another mark taken. And it's done. Short pass didn't quite be effective. So they're scrapping for the ball at half forward. And it's going to be a ball up. Let's go, more scores.
Back to Div 4 and nearly 23 minutes gone the last quarter. Warrandyte are back in front, 11-7-73 Warrandyte to Kilsyth, 9-14-68.
Keep an eye on that one.
Free kick as well to Fenton, by the way, boys. It wasn't a boundary throw-in.
Thanks, Blake, as Fenton might be in range from here. Put it up towards the top of the square. Can they get a mark in front position? And running into an open goal, Davidson puts a little icing on the cake. He's third for the afternoon. They moved 18-9, 1-17 to Boronia 9-8-62.
I think that piece of play basically epitomises Boronia's afternoon there.
Well, talk about this North Ringwood side, Brash, because they've got match winners all across the ground.
Yeah, like I said, the question was asked, can I find a Boronia player before North Ringwood 6? No, I can't.
No, I don't think I could either.
And you couldn't even find a North Ringwood player that's been beaten today.
I think.
I don't think they've had a winner across any position.
Who's your closest, Brash?
Oh, well, I think the closest would be Collins in his first half.
Yeah.
I thought Lee was asking me about North Ringwood.
No, I was just saying in Boronia, who would be the next in
Collins
line?
would be their best player, in my opinion.
Him and Godwin.
Robertson, special mention.
Yeah, he's kicked his ball. He's done his job.
Go again, Begg takes it out, but he got his smothered kick to Collins, got in the way, really. Now Boronia set up the centre circle from the turnover. Kick out wide, taken by Gasparoni. Chest mark hands it off to the runner in Dunn. Jamison. His kick doesn't find the target. And I looked at the wrong 13 in my head. Grasped the wrong names there, sorry Jamison. And it's Boronia not getting a mark inside 50.
I'll be interested to see the Premier data stats for this game for North Ringwood in total, and how many possessions Rice has got in this game.
So we've got our hands to our head, shielding our eyes from the sun glare, and we've got great camera work though. Thanks, Lee.
Well, they have had a 420. North Ringwood have had a 428 possession game this season. This will go close, I think.
Dower quickly out of the pack, and it's going to be a mark to Boronia. Nicely done. It was a bit of a wrestle for it, and Fairchild, in good body position, takes a chest mark in the end, and he's running back like there's some jeopardy on this kick. There ain't. But it'd be great for Fairchild just to finish off the season with a goal. They trail by 55. As we'll just wait on the kick before we get more vital scores from other finals. Fairchild kicks towards the car park. There might be horns beeping from the cars, but it's another goal to Boronia. 10-8-68, trailing 18-9, 117 North Ringwood. More closer scores around the grounds.
Well, we've got a final score from Div 3, and Scoresby are into the preliminary final next week against Knox. Scoresby 13-91 to Upper Gully 5-10-40. While in that Div 4 game, it is 26 minutes gone. It is still 11-7-73 Warrandyte to Kilsyth 9-14-68.
Yeah. Gee, bad kicking there could cost Kilsyth.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. We'll keep an eye on that as that game starts to close up. Back here, North Ringwood, very comfortable lead, 117-68. Been a dominant performance today. Back in the middle it goes. Vag, who's been good himself, got off to Rice, off to Braunthal, short chip, and all by himself is done. And he can go back and just add another one for the Saints if he kicks truly.
Have they answered every goal Boronia scored in the second half with a centre clearance?
Yeah, they certainly have.
Well, Boronia have only kicked 2 goals in the second half, and 10 goals to 2 in this second half for North Ringwood.
So Dunn lining up to put another one in for North Ringwood. Kick on its way, it's holding its line and it's through. 19-9, 123 North Ringwood. Boronia 10-8-68, 24 minutes goal, fourth term. We've got an update at East Ringwood Reserve, do we?
There has been a goal for Warrandyte.
Oh, they're home.
So Warrandyte have out to 11 points at the 27.5 minute mark. Warrandyte 12-7-79 to Kilsyth 9-14-68. Did you like that?
I love the pause for effect.
I did. I was trying to think who does that, and I was like, that's brilliant.
I tried to do it like how they do it the Brownlow a little bit.
Yes, yes.
Well, I've been teaching you all year, mate.
Here we go.
Jamison picks it up, but his hand pass is smothered. Braunthal gets tackled, and he gets dispossessed, holding the ball against. So Luke Hannon's got it back of the centre circle. He's got a hand pass in. He didn't want to pass it because it's only 5 metres. Hand pass back to Hannon. Long ball now. Who's going to mark it? Fairchild in good position. Gets underneath it in the end. Ground level. Sharked by Church. Kick around the corner. Only went about 10. Mark has been claimed and paid. It's in the hands of Shepherd.
Good to see Tom Stubbs is watching. He's just commented on the live stream. Yeah. Green whistle is great. Go North.
Oh.
He might say something on that stream that he shouldn't if he's on the whistle, because apparently that they speak a bit of gibberish once they get going on that one.
I don't know. Well, we can ask him if he's watching.
Well, there's gibberish as one of the first comments, which I showed you earlier.
Well,
something about Blake Tennant.
I hope your injury's not bad for you, Tommy.
Yeah, good luck to you.
Good luck to you.
Ground, your Saints are doing well. They might extract another ball through Rice. He's dodging around everyone. He's now in the middle of Pink's reserve. Goes out wide. Begg, and he's got a shotgun rider if he wants to use him, but he kicks it over the top to Braunfeld. No, the big man gets in and takes the lead at, and Livingstone claims it and says, "Get out of my way, little fella."
Begg's
Well,
like
I'll
your
have to mark Livingstone.
Begg's probably like your perfect wingman, isn't he? You just take him in your hip pocket and take him for the ride with you along the boundary.
But he's the sort that will have someone riding shotgun, but he won't use him.
Oh, that's a goal. That's a magnificent goal.
And they are celebrating now, the Saints, as they break into their 20th goal. 20 goals on the board, 9 misses, 129. Boronia 10-8, 68. It's beyond 60 points.
I'm trying to work out who kicked that.
Livingston.
It's, Dr. Livingston had got that one. And it's another goal to North Ringwood.
I think that's his third.
I think we're too old, Gav.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's his third, Livy.
I think we've rattled them with that comment. As we go again, Luke Hannon in the ruck. Comes out to Edwards. He'll go a long ball for Boronia. Who's going to mark it inside 50 for the Hawks? Ground level again. Church is trying to go at it. Got out. Right, his hand pass was sharked by Shepherd, and Mooney were clear. I think that might have been White that time, but the kick's been chopped off. So it's in the hands of Godwin. He tries to go in ball with the hand pass to try to get things going. Eventually gets a receive, goes to Collins. He might have another hand pass to go. Into the sun they go. Kick around the corner, no mark for the Hawks. Who's there at ground level ball? Hand pass received for Jamison. Around the corner, what a beauty! They're not going to celebrate it like it deserves, but Jamison's kick from around the corner is another goal, so it closes the gap. But I won't tell the score here because we got vital scores around the finals of the EFNL.
Well, that is all she wrote at East Ringwood. Warrandyte have got up by 11 points. Warrandyte 12-7-79 to Kilsyth, 9-14-68, and it'll be a White Horse Warrandyte prelim final next week.
That's a big one for Warrandyte because I think they haven't matched up well against Kilsyth this year, but they've got a much better record against the Pioneers. So, but back here, of course, North Ringwood 29-129, leading Boronia 11-8-74. We've played 28 and a half minutes into this last quarter. Been plenty of goals kicked, so still might be a couple of minutes left before the final siren as this ball goes forward here for the Hawks and across the line.
Well, this will be 30 plus, won't it, Mr. Kronos?
Yeah, will be.
So we'll get a boundary throw in right in front of us. Blake will have plenty of players to pick from on who he wants to interview after the game. There's been plenty of stars for the Saints. Here's White bursting through, and there's your siren. North Ringwood through to a semi-final. And what a statement victory. 20 goals, 9, 129, defeating Boronia 11-8-74. A big win for the Saints.
Well, it is a big win for the Saints, and congratulations to them. I think more than anything, I think it's the margin that shocked us here.
Yeah, well, I think we thought if they were going to get across the line, there wouldn't be much in it. But look, they're going to go into next week with a lot of confidence. Beaconsfield, on the other hand, have copped a similar type of margin loss to Park Orchard. So I'm tipping North Ringwood to certainly make a bit of a run here in this final series. What a win from the Saints.
As it stands now at 5 o'clock on Sunday, if you're just going on 2 matches, you would say that North Ringwood are going to progress because they were terrific here. And you know what they deserved over the PA was the tattering of the drums as the Saints go marching on, because really after they had that patch, the Hawks, where they closed the gap to 7 points, with 3 goals in a row, you were like, well, we're criticising Boronia here for not being in the game, and now it's only a 7-point margin. But then it was like, bang, 4 goals within about 6 minutes early in that third term. And North Ringwood never looked back after they had that probably short-time shock early in the third term.
Just continued to respond every time they were challenged.
Yep.
And then they were able to put it on the scoreboard in a big way.
Goals from the centre clearances, you don't often see that, because that's showing a sign where the defence are under so much pressure, they're looking ahead of them going, why are players getting out the front of a contest? you shouldn't be letting that happen to us. We can't stop it if the guy's got an open field to look at.
That's right. And you can't ask for much more from a club on a weekend where they won 2 flags yesterday. The 19s got up in the morning, and now the seniors are into the semi-final. Let's go down to the boundary because Blake Tennant, I believe, has a player down with him.
Yeah, got two of the stars want to win. I'll start with you, Aiden. Just dominant in the ruck. Just really had the standpoint of the game early on and got the win today.
Yeah, it was really good. Boronia came out fighting. We knew they were going to do that. It was a hot game to begin with, and yeah, credit to all the boys, Boronia boys. They played really well, put up a good fight, especially coming up from Div 2 as well. I think they're a really good side and top 5 side.
What's this young group, been like during, the home and away season? You've missed finals last year. You've come across at a perfect time, I guess. And, Saints Junior player as well, and you're pretty young yourself. But what's the drive up been for this great young group?
Yeah, I think we're all around that same age, which is really good for us. We're all really bonding really well, and like as you saw today, all our stuff come together. And yeah, I just love playing around and hanging with the boys. And all my juniors have been growing up here, and it was an easy pick for me.
Great, big weekend in your household. Jess winning the flag, and you now progress through. But I'm sure you'll be very happy as well with that one.
Yeah, of course. We're big on one club, and all the senior boys got down yesterday to watch the vets as well and the women's. And yeah, we're doing really well as a club and really supportive of them all.
I enjoy it, Aiden, and we'll go to the match winner, Harry Flynn. Harry, 3 goals in the third quarter. Talk us through what progress did you have to do to step it up a notch against a really strong Boronia side?
Yeah, Boronia played really well. Footy was hot early in the first half, and then Pricey at half-time swung me forward to try and get into the game a little bit more, and lucky a few went my way, and the boys started getting it down there, moving the ball really well. So yeah, got on the end of a few, which was pretty lucky. But
you got Beaconsfield next week after a tough loss to Park Orchards yesterday. You're going to grow a lot of momentum out of this one, definitely against Beaconsfield.
Yeah, certainly. It was sort of 50-50 today. We weren't sure how today was going to go, but we knew if we played the way we've been playing all year, it would hopefully stuck up. So it'll be another good contest next week against Beaconsfield. But yeah, we're really pleased with how today went.
No worries. Enjoy the game, boys.
Well, they certainly did enjoy the game.
Enjoy the celebrations, Blake.
He was going so well for Blake because that was a good interview by him. And he just put a tarnish on it at the end.
That's okay.
There's an after-game sort of vibe going on though.
I know I should text him this, but while you're out there, are you able to get the sports cover signs off the goalpost for me, please, and bring them up?
Yes.
I'm just worried.
Yes, balls.
The clubs always take the padding off, and then I can never find out where the.
I'll just get the song as well.
Okay, very good. He's done a fantastic job this weekend, Blake.
Good on, Blakey.
We did send out a search party in the first half for him. But
he went a bit missing.
But he's doing. I've got to give him credit. The after-match interviews, some really good questions.
Yeah, absolutely. He's nailed that.
Yep.
Good work, Blake. We'll hear the song, hopefully, thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals Celebrating Lives, as Blake makes his way down to the North Ringwood rooms, and I think they're going to sing this with plenty of gusto, Ray.
Sounds like the acoustics are pretty good too.
Well,
they're right underneath.
We'll wait until they go right underneath, and then the radio cuts out. Stay there, Blake.
Yes, there you have it. North Ringwood are through to a semi-final in the senior men's competition. We're going to take a break here before we wrap everything up. It is North Ringwood 20 goals 9, and if you're watching on from YouTube, this is why we've been struggling to see the numbers all day, because we are staring into the sun. But the Saints are through to the semi-final. 129 defeating Boronia 11-8-74.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to Pinks Reserve. North Ringwood big winners over Boronia today, 20 goals 9, 129 to 11,874. And if you're watching on from YouTube and Facebook, there is the Division One Senior Women's Premiership Cup out on the field at the moment. There's a very happy North Ringwood club at the moment. They walked away with the Premiership last year, yesterday afternoon in the Senior Women's competition, the Veterans competition. Watching a couple of games
patty cakes or whatever they're playing down there
on ground level at the moment. They of course are now switching to us in the
I think we stick with the on-field.
Yeah, right. Well, looking into the sun today, it looked like a ghost at the moment, but congratulations to North Ringwood on all fronts. Their 19s as well today got the job done, and they've been able to walk away with a big win in the seniors, 129 to 74, into a semi-final. We're going to talk about that game. We'll do our votes. We haven't got the Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground award in the finals, but we can certainly still do a 3-2-1. But I'll give everyone a bit of time for that first.
I'm ready.
Oh, you're all ready to go? Well, let's start with you, Brash. What do we got?
3 votes to Kieran Rice. I thought consummate professional performance today. 4 quarters of power running. I reckon he probably would have at least got at least 40 plus possessions. 2 votes to Aidan Begg. I thought he was fantastic in the ruck. He toiled manfully and had a big influence in the midfield, especially early on when the game needed to be won. And I give him 1 to Harry Flynn because I thought that sometimes you need a match winner that can inspire you for 10-15 minutes. It was okay in the first half, and those 4 goals in the third quarter, that was the difference between. That set up the victory, so I'm giving Harry Flynn the 1 vote.
Well, my 3 votes are the same 3 players, but in a different order. I gave 1 vote to Harry Flynn, 2 votes to Kieran Rice, and I gave 3 votes to Aidan Begg. I just thought his ruck work and dominance, intercept mark and everything, to me, he was the best player.
I agree with you, Ray. You both persuaded me to try to agree with you, but in the end, I just going with my gut. I'll go the big ruckman Begg, 3 votes, 2 to Rice. And Flynn, his cameo in the third was electric. It deserves a vote just for mentioning how great it was to watch.
Yeah, I'm with you. they've got a lot of honourable mentions. Cantwell was one of them. I thought Livingston played pretty well in the end. Even someone like a Will Vag, who probably goes under the radar a little bit, I thought he played quite well. My 3-2-1. I've gone one with Begg. I've gone two with Flynn because of that third quarter. That was the match in the end. That is where they got across the line. He kicked 3 goals in that quarter and set the gap between the two sides. And I've gone 3 to Kieran Rice. I'm with you on that, Brash. Echoing your statements, I thought he was around the contest at every stage and played a really good game of footy. So there were 1, 2, 3. We're all on the same page on that front. And Lee, if you're still on the camera, if you got Blakey down on ground level,
is he Paddy Wax? Is he? Or?
No, I'm sure he would. He's just about to go undercover there. So thanks to Blake. He's done he has had a
Trojan workhorse.
And I never liked.
That's going back a little.
When was that the Trojan workhorse?
You're telling me it's not on anymore?
I reckon 2018 was probably the last time we did it.
There you go.
Yeah.
But that's still a guess.
Because I reckon Ryan Mullet won about 7 or 8 of those Trojan workhorses.
All right, Brash, you've got the scores in front of you from today's finals. What have we got here?
Well, we've got, let's go to the Division 2 elimination final, and Mulgrave with 30 shots, 11-19, 85, defeated Heathmont 8-8, 56. So Mulgrave win by 29 points. Let's go to Division 3, and Scoresby have overcome Upper Ferntree Gully. Scoresby 13. Well, yeah, 13,
36. Sorry.
Defeated Upper Ferntree Gully 5-10, 40. So Upper Ferntree Gully fell away badly this afternoon. And in 4th Division, as we've just heard, we've got Warrandyte have won by 11 points. It was Warrandyte, 12-7, 79, defeating Kilsyth 9-14, 68. So that sets up some very, very interesting matches next week. The preliminary final will be at East Ringwood, and that will be between Whitehorse Pioneers and Warrandyte.
I think the Warrandyte will like that matchup, Brash.
Yeah, I think they will. In Division 3, we've got Scoresby taking on Knox next weekend in the preliminary final in Division 3.
That's going to be interesting, Deb, because at Jubilee Park, I think that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, and interesting. It will be an interesting game because I think it's going to come down to the fittest or the survival rate.
Well, it is, because I spoke with Steve Buckle after the game yesterday, and they're a bit worried.
You switched that one around. I'm sorry, I can't let that go.
I know.
It's not a survival of the fittest at all.
The fittest of the survival.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, Wes, I was rudely interrupted.
It's the survival of the fittest.
You were interrupted rudely.
Yeah, that's right. No, look, I spoke with Steve Buckle after the game yesterday, and he's a little bit worried about the 2 injuries that came out of their game yesterday, whether or not they're going to be able to get up.
Jet Marquette went down with that horrible ankle. And what's his name, the ruckman?
Yeah, they both didn't look good. Shoulder to the big ruckman, and So it's going to depend on whether how or not. My selection is going to depend on whether or not those players are available.
And in Division 2, well, the big clash, second semi-final sees Templestowe taking on Surrey Park next Saturday at Walker Park. And then on the Sunday, Wanturna South will take on Mulgrave at Walker Park as well. So 2 very interesting matches set down for discussion in Division 2 next weekend.
Yeah.
Let's move on to Division 1, and we have next weekend we will have Beaconsfield taking on taking on North Ringwood in the first semi-final, and the crackerjack game next weekend in Division 1 is a big second semi-final between South Belgrave and Park Orchards. I think that's going to be a ripping clash, those two.
I agree.
Yeah.
And finally, the big boys are out to play next week. The Premier Division finals start off, and it's going to be a really, really tight final series. But we've got Roval taking on South Croydon on the Sunday at Jubilee Park in Ringwood, And on Saturday, Ryan, I think we're making a special appearance down at Home Park for a final.
Down the coast.
Yes.
We're going down the coast to see East Ringwood take it on board.
Can I ask a question? This is not meant to be offensive at all, but
Yep.
how many times has Vermont missed the finals in 50 years?
Oh.
3 or 4.
Yeah, it's big, isn't it?
Yeah, and like I said earlier, basically, in the warm up, actually Berwick was the giant killer this year because they basically destroyed Doncaster East and Vermont's chances. Of
And they
making
also
finals.
beat East Ringwood and Roval during the season
As well.
Berwick.
And almost beat Blackburn too, though.
Yes, that's true.
So, I mean, look, I guess in the overall scheme of things, Noble Park, really, they made all the running in the second half of the season and held their spot until that last round yesterday. So I suppose you could turn around and say they actually played themselves out of the finals, Noble Park, and weren't able to hold their spot, Ray.
Yeah, you're right, Bresh. And look, I saw them in round 1 and you saw them in, I think it was round about round 3 when they only kicked 1 goal against Vermont. But the thing was, we both agreed. We thought that they were definitely going to be down there in the bottom, at least in the bottom 2. So Steve Hughes has done a fantastic job with the players the calibre of the players that they lost at the start of this season, and the young. He stuck with the youth, and they brought in a couple of later players that could join from St Kilda, and they've done really well.
If we're just speaking around about the league a bit, not since round 5 or 6, but does Blackburn before the year surprise you? That they're the dominant side of the competition?
Oh, for me it does.
Yeah, definitely.
I wouldn't have been surprised if you said they're a final side and maybe a contender, but to finish on top and really look like they are, they're almost a step ahead of the other sides. Yeah, I agree.
I actually reckon, what stamps Blackburn, if Blackburn go on to win the flag this year, I reckon it'll get down to that game they played at East Ringwood. They played a third quarter for the ages, I reckon. That game was right on the line, and they absolutely blew East Ringwood off the park in that one particular quarter of football. And I think when I look back, if they happen to win the flag, I'll be looking. That for me is the quarter of football I think that stamped their credentials on the flag, Gav.
This is when South Croydon won their premiership. They had youth premierships coming through.
Yep.
You look at other premierships, big clubs, this is where Blackburn have prided themselves. They've always had a succession of players coming through, but they haven't nailed it until now. So if they win a premiership, it's a credit to their whole system.
Well, they've had a great junior program for the last couple of years, and grand final day we always see a Blackburn side. So it's just a testament.
I think reserves and 19s are up there again.
I tend to differ a little bit because my take on Blackburn over the years is they've had great juniors winning premiership, they've had great reserves winning premiership, but to me they're a club that a lot of those players out of those reserves, premierships and all that haven't gone on to play senior football at Blackburn.
Yeah.
No, they've gone to other clubs.
They've gone to other clubs, and for that reason, if they could have kept those players at Blackburn, they would have won a lot more premierships.
Blake, we've given our 3-2-1. Who would have you given you? Just off the top of your head, who?
Well, you interviewed 2 of them.
So can I have the sheet? I know I'll give me 3 to Begg, 2 to Flynn, but I thought I'll give me 1 vote. I reckon Ben Livingston. 3 goals, went a little bit unnoticed. I felt like as well. So I thought he was pretty good, but you could just go through pretty much the whole team. Cantwell was superb again. There's a whole lot of plays, I reckon.
Davidson was good in the second half.
Yeah, Davidson was pretty good. But I think Stubbs is going to be, an issue for him. Obviously injured, and I listened to you guys calling, and great to see he's still supporting his Saints. So
this is going to come left field for me because I never give him credit. The 2 games I've seen, I've really liked the umpires. I reckon they've been all right.
They have been good this year. They've blooded. The FNL have blooded a lot of young umpires. Yep. And Ryan, a couple of weeks ago when we did that Scoresby-Donvale game, and we spoke to the umpires after the game.
Yep.
And one
was
Callum Webb. One was Callum Webb, who's an experienced umpire, and the other one was a young kid who'd only just turned 16, And I'll tell you what, he was he was very good that day.
Yep.
And on the next Friday, when I went into AFL House, I spoke to Scotty about it, the umpires about it, and he said, yes, we're aware of that. He won't be with us much longer. He'll be going to a higher level. So there's a lot of young and today there was a couple of young. They had one. They had one experienced umpire today out there with the other two younger ones.
I thought the umpiring yesterday was very good yesterday too.
Yeah.
I didn't notice them.
No.
Right, and I don't think that there was nothing controversial about them yesterday.
That's the thing. If you don't notice them, if nothing's said, the umpiring's good.
That's good.
If you start talking about them, it's not to say the umpiring's bad, but it obviously comes under a more scrutiny.
So this is why old codgers go to local footy, because they're sick of the AFL umpiring.
You're saying it's too good or too bad?
Well, this is what you want, though. You want your best umpires in finals footy, which is great. So, and Gav, do you have a bad score for you? I know you're a big Bulldogs fan. Fortunately, Fremantle's up by 30 points.
I had a funny feeling.
I know you're a Bulldogs man, and
very passionate.
Why'd you have to do that?
It's a dagger.
Spider's not going to be happy.
You're going to ruin. If you ruin him at night, you ruin him in summer. It's not good.
Yes,
Spider might.
Oh, look at it! Look, have we got this on the screen again?
Yeah.
We'll go with the Premiership Cup
Spider
out
might
there.
be that upset with that result. With a bit of luck, he might not turn up to Friday preview next week, and we'll get a word in.
And he might not do the usual press conferences that he does to the coaches.
Good on him. Good on him.
Not sure if he'll go in there tonight. But what else have we got before we start to wrap things up? What's everyone up to for the rest of the night?
I'm probably just going to go home and watch the Hawks and Lions game. I think that's
what time's that on tonight?
7:20. So perfect timing for all you guys, unless you guys have got dinners or something planned.
Can we just go through the games again? Because what's the broadcast as well? Because what game am I turning up for next week?
Well, Saturday we'll be heading to Home Park to watch East Ringwood ball.
What's the Sunday game?
East Ringwood are playing ball, and that's the match of the round next Saturday. Definitely match of the round.
Warren died and Pioneers. Would you go
so
there?
Saturday was Home Park, East Ringwood, was it?
Yep.
So Sunday?
Down the coast, Lee?
Sunday we'll have that discussion. Sure, I know Gav doesn't care about the Saturday. He wants to know where we're going. That was the only thing he actually asked.
This is the Sunday special.
I've got to check out what time I get up. That's all.
I won't say right now because if I say a game and then we change it.
I'll tell you what, it'd be an absolute rip snorter game to do.
Here we go.
I reckon the Templestowe Surrey Park game might
That's
be.
on the Saturday,
Brash.
Bugger it.
So do you want to go?
That's why I wanted you to read out the game.
Do you want to go down the coast, Brash, or do you want to go to Walker
I am going to the coast because I've got my own private chauffeur next Saturday.
I will be driving you down there.
Well, if we can, we could get the whole crew down, can't we?
Well, we got to pay petrol money. Remember that.
And a beer. Drink responsibly.
You cover my drinks for the night. You can come along as well.
I'll put fuel in his tank. Right.
So when's that? It's Sunday, Saturday.
That's a Saturday.
We still haven't got the Sunday.
Well, we can't
get. Come to my place.
There you go. Ray's driving us all.
If you want to come to my place, I can take 3 years down there.
Okay, can I just say,
lock it in?
Can I
Saturday, I'm going to watch Roval.
Oh, well, I want to go watch Roval on Saturday.
Roval will play the Sunday.
Sunday.
Yeah.
That's Saturday.
It'll be a 0-0 draw on Saturday.
Can I put in a pitch for the Sunday game if I can? I know I don't have much.
You can put in a pitch. I can ignore it, but I'm happy for you to put it in.
I reckon my pitch will be. I reckon we'll go to Montana South and Mulgrave on the Sunday down at Walker Park down in Mitcham.
Well, we haven't seen a Division 2 final yet, so that'd be in the mix. We'll.
So we've done a 3. We've done a
1-3.
We've done a 4.
We're going to be doing a 1. So
we're doing a Prem next Saturday, so we'll discuss them quite soon.
So we've got like I said, finals galore coming up.
Yep. So from Division 4 up, can I just have the finals?
Okay, we will read them out. We've got a few minutes to go.
Yeah.
Let's start with Division 4. We have got Warrandyte will be taking on Whitehorse Pioneers on the Saturday afternoon, and that will be at East Ringwood Reserve, Gavin.
Yep. Winner goes in the grand final.
Exactly, to play Churnside Park. In Division 3, we will have Scoresby, or Knox will be taking on Scoresby at Jubilee Park on the Saturday afternoon, I believe.
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
So that one will be locked in for 2:20. On Division 2, we have Wantirna South and Mulgrave on the Sunday, on the elimination on the 24th, and then we have and then we will have Templestowe and Surrey Park on the Saturday at Walker Park. So.
And the winner goes straight into the grand final.
Yep, the winner there. And in Division 1, obviously we've got Beaconsfield taking on North Ringwood here on the Sunday, and South Belgrave taking on Park Orchards.
That'll be a good game down at East Burwood.
Yeah,
is that correct?
Well, I thought it was up here.
No, I think because the Sunday game will be played between Beaconsfield and North Ringwood on the Sunday.
Okay.
So that's
So we'll just quickly rehash that.
The commissioner's spoken.
Yep. We'll just rehash that one and look at and confirm Blake's confirmation. South Belgrave will be taking on Park Orchards on the Saturday at East Burwood, and on the Sunday, Pinks Reserve will host Beaconsfield versus North Ringwood, and then obviously we've got Division 1, East Ringwood taking on Premier, sorry.
The old Division 1.
The old Division 1. Down at Home Park, East Ringwood taking on Borwood, and on the Sunday it'll be South Croydon taking on Roval.
So 4th and 5th can make a grand final, in your opinion, in the Premier Division?
I think it's hard.
Not this year.
I think it's tough.
Not for mine.
I don't see it happening.
Ryan, we got a minute and a bit. You can
we'll start to close things out. I think
you can close it down,
I think
mate.
we've got 30 seconds.
30
here,
seconds.
So a big thank you to Lee. I can't express enough because it's obviously a long weekend, a lot of work.
And it'll take you 30 seconds to
You need to go home and get some sleep, Lee.
I've got to go pack things up elsewhere.
Yeah,
But go on.
All right, well, that's the unfortunate. I would love to see you get some sleep because you've done a fantastic job.
Thank you.
To the crew here, Blake Tennant has also done a lot of work this weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Good work, Blake. You can have a rest tonight too.
Yeah.
And for the three of you as well, fantastic job this weekend. Ray Baird, Gavin Casey and Wayne Brescia. That's it from us. It's North Ringwood, 20 goals 9, 129 defeating Boronia, 11-8, 74.